for the slight delay, both because of technology, which seems complicated nowadays, and because we are still waiting on some people to come because of the taxi strike, and load shedding, and everything else that may or may not be influencing the ability to drive a vehicle down the road in South Africa at the moment. So good morning. Welcome to the first session of the Cannabis Africana lecture series, essentially. This morning's one, we are essentially concerned with highlighting the project and highlighting research that has thus far occurred, and having a discussion about the policy and the legality and the general way in which cannabis has been framed in Africa for the last few years. So I think the format for this morning session, which is, as I mentioned, general. So the session in the afternoon will be more methodologically focused and specifically about how to study drugs, or how we think that you can study drugs, and the issues thereof, and some of the challenges that emerge. This morning's session is essentially about the project, and I think Gernot will be taking us through the outline of the project itself. The project, mention who's involved in it from the get-go, or will you do that? So essentially, we'll have a general overview of it, and then we'll speak to each of the individual countries, and then take some questions and answers before moving on to a more policy-orientated framework about cannabis. Any concerns or things before we start? Everyone good? Cool. Thank you. So welcome Gernot, who is the PI of the project, among other things, who is from the University of Bristol, the the Department of Social Policy Studies at Bristol University, who has authored many books on cannabis and is well known and well respected amongst colleagues in the cannabis field. All of that. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Can you guys see the slides actually? Or should I take this thing down? You can see our sponsors. So they won't sue us for not showing them on the slides. So I would like to thank everyone anyway for inviting us. Clemens and I have had and many others have had a long trip to get here, a difficult trip, and we are really happy to be at UCT to talk about this project, which is actually a UCT project anyway as well. So I think it's just to get everyone to understand what's happening on the project and how far we have come up till now. What I want to do really is not really give a kind of 1 hour lecture on this thing, but actually, if you have any questions about what we are doing, about the project, the research and the approach that we are taking, just feel free to interrupt, raise your hand or anything, and we can sort of have a conversation, because the idea is really of this thing, not just to present our work, but also to learn from each other and to sort of exchange ideas about that. So I'll talk you briefly through the main contours, the main pillars of the project. And then afterwards, we look at the different countries, because the project actually focuses on 4 different countries on the continent. And we have these, and after each presentation, we have a lot of time for discussion. Is there anything? Yeah, so maybe the first thing I wanted to is, and sorry about the layout got a bit messed up, but the project team essentially is a very interdisciplinary team, because the project itself is very interdisciplinary. Maybe that's necessary because drugs are very, you need to look at it from various perspectives to really understand what those substances and the sort of the social, political, and other implications are really about. So myself, I have a background in politics and history. Actually, have been working on the politics and history of drugs, specifically in West Africa, in Nigeria. And sort of I bring this kind of elements of the work to the project. Neil, my colleague who is joining online, there's quite a group of colleagues and interested people online, is an anthropologist working on Kenya and East Africa. also on the anthropology of drugs. Simon, who works on South Africa policing and drugs, provides this kind of more criminological perspective to the project, and Clemens, who many of you actually know, who worked at UCT for many years, has a background in development studies and agrarian studies. Let me just record. Can we record presentation? You already recorded. Thanks a lot. Perfect. So we kind of a group of very interdisciplinary sort of approaches that we take based on our backgrounds. There's also many more working in our project, and you will hear from our colleagues working in Kenya, in Nigeria, and in other places as well. But anyway, that's the project team, and maybe when we have coffee and tea, we can talk more about what we actually about our work and about your work as well. The project itself is a 4-year project. It's called Cannabis Africana, Drugs and Development in Africa. Started at not the best time, really, in October 2020, when we were still in lockdown, actually. So it sort of started very slowly. Initially, it was only planned for 3 years, but now it's been extended to September 2024. And it's funded by those 2 research institutions, UK research councils. I don't know if anyone knows those ones, but they're sort of major funding bodies in the UK. We're not affiliated to the government, not affiliated to any corporate institution. It's the major ways how research gets funded in the UK, in the academic research, those research councils. And we get funded by 2 of them because of the nature of the work. It's Economic and Social Research Council, which looks at the economics and social sciences aspects of things, but also humanities and arts, because we have a very strong historical and humanities aspect of the work. And the major question, so to speak, of the project is actually, sort of says it all anyway. What's the historical and contemporary place of cannabis in African rural and urban livelihoods? And very specifically, we are trying to see how drugs, but also drug policy, impact on development or socioeconomic development, whatever that means. What we then try to do, the project sort of takes 4 ways to answer or address that question. And they are somewhat linked to existing work. And there's not too much existing work, I have to say, in that field. So it tries to provide a very historical understanding of cannabis in sub-Saharan Africa. If you're from the drug policy field, like some people might be here, you're often presented with issues as a very, very new thing. There's this new worry about a new type of drug, a new type of development. So this kind of policy approach often is a very presentist angle to the issue, and we want to challenge that to some degree, to actually look back on the long histories of cannabis and related policies that already existed. We don't want to exaggerate, it's not, in some works you will read cannabis has been there forever and it's part of societies. I think we want to see how its role changed in time and in specific contexts. So it's not just that it becomes more important, but at certain points it might be more important for certain livelihoods in other places. It's not. So we are very conscious of that historical role that cannabis has played in the different places that we study. We're also trying to look at its contemporary place, and especially in relation to its sort of utility for urban and rural livelihoods. That's a sort of key focus, because a lot of the sort of existing work that we have found, or that exists, often takes a very security or criminal justice approach to drugs. They're seen as the thing that police agencies deal with. So how do we deal with those things? What's the links between drugs and crime? We really don't want to go there. We actually want to really see what it means for the people that are growing growing cannabis, that are using it, that are selling it, that are just involved with it, what it means to them and their livelihoods. So in that sense, trying to challenge these more security and criminal justice approaches on cannabis, but I think that are very common in the drug literature in general anyway. And I think maybe my colleagues that actually work, Neil, for example, that work on the sort of anthropology of drugs, the anthropology of the use of drugs much more than I do. So we look at the different cultures of consumptions as well, and how they change over time and how they vary. And our approach essentially is very in-depth. So this is not a study that will tell you how many people are using cannabis have been using cannabis over the last year in a specific location, but we are interested in very small scale research, in-depth interview-based data that sort of provides gives us more sense of the embeddedness of this crop as well. And it will provide us, and it has already provided us with a lot of diversity. There's a lot of differences between our study places as well as within this kind of qualitative approach. But I'm happy to talk about the quantitative as well, if any of you have sort of worked on drugs and are interested in the scale. But the data is usually the big problem, because even if there's claims about how big these markets really are, especially when they're illicit, we really don't know for sure what the scale of those markets is. And so we decided consciously, we're not talking about scale, we are talking about really the in-depth understanding, a qualitative understanding of those things. And very importantly, and probably one way why the project got funded as well is the policy aspect of it. Policy is changing, as you will know, in South Africa, especially on cannabis, but also in other places and globally. So we're looking at how drug policy actually impacts on cannabis production, use, and distribution, and how these policy changes have actually impacted people as well that are involved with the crop. I mean, we are taking a general approach on how in the places that I study, there is not so much policy change, but so you are interested in how this drug policy system, this prohibitionist drug policy system looks like from below. Sort of how do people manage it? How do they navigate spaces? In terms of where we are with the project, we are still in the very early stages. We have been saying that for 2 years now already, but partly because we got delayed, but partly also because we are still very eager to hear people's inputs on where that research should actually go. So if you feel there's something that we are missing, we would be very eager to have that conversation actually and to shift it to some degree. Especially because this project is based in South Africa as well, to a very important part. So we're in the early stages, and what we will do today is really talk about the preliminary findings. So it's not the final kind of set of ideas that we have. It's all still changing. If we come back next year, we might have a totally different story to tell you. In terms of the places that we study for this project, so it's 4 different areas: southwestern Nigeria, where I and in the Idiomo as well do most of our work, western Kenya, eastern South Africa. So that's not totally sure yet either. Southeastern Zimbabwe, I think. So I think these are the kind of areas that we have decided to focus on. Why have we decided on those areas? I might tell you, these are the key areas to look at because they are South Africa, one of the major producers, Nigeria, one of the biggest markets as well. But in reality, and policy actually looks very different in those places as well. So they are quite nice to compare in some ways. But in reality, I think a reason why we chose those places or these countries is because we had past research expertise in those areas, because it's not that easy sometimes to study cannabis just wherever you want to study it. You have to study it in places where you actually have already some, how do you say that, connections or some leads into the industry, into the policy field. So I, for example, have worked on Nigerian drug policy and drug markets for I don't know, 15 or more years. So it was sort of kind of obvious to continue that based on the connections I had. And that's the same with the other countries that we do. So it's based on the kind of how you access those studies. But of course, those countries are quite important in the African cannabis landscape, and we'll hear about that a bit later as well. But we chose them also obviously for very pragmatic reasons, to be honest. In terms of cannabis policy, sort of the cannabis legal status, sorry that this is hidden here. It differs in the different countries that we look at. If we think about Nigeria and Kenya, this is two countries where there is no legal market for cannabis. Cannabis is completely illegal, considered actually in Nigeria the same as cocaine and heroin in terms of the state policy on it. But there's some debates, quite limited debates, you might say, about liberalizing parts of the market, especially for medical and scientific purposes or for the export of cannabis, but very, very limited. Zimbabwe looks quite different in that context, so that where you have actually a legal market in cannabis for medical and scientific purposes, and you still have the illegal market, the major market in cannabis that's unlicensed production for trade, commercial purposes and use as well. And then you have South Africa, which probably many of you know much more than I know about this. You know that probably one of the more complicated setups where you have cannabis being legal for medical and scientific purposes. But please correct me if I get that wrong, and maybe Simon will know that better. Where it's legal to privately produce for personal purposes, but illegal still, and I assume the largest scale is still illegal. There's still unlicensed production for trade commercial use since 2008. That's still ongoing anyway. So these countries look differently, or these areas that we study look very differently in terms of the legal status of cannabis already. I just wanted to end here really, because I think there will be much more space for discussion about the different countries that we are looking at later. But what I wanted to start out with maybe is some kind of challenges or questions maybe to you about studying cannabis, studying drugs. You know, we are doing that on a continent-wide scale. The project is called Cannabis Africana. But I think we have in some ways struggled to compare. You might have seen that already, you know, because these places we study are quite different. So, and in a way, there's also a problem with taking a continent-wide approach. The UNODC often takes those kind of, I don't know if anyone has heard about drug nexus in Africa report, sort of major study on Africa. You know, putting the whole continent, all those different states and regions into one category, I think is problematic already. So the issue we have, I think, is trying to see how these areas actually compare. Anyway, so I'm sure my colleagues have different answers to that as well. Anyway, that's some of the challenges we face. How do you actually deal with those very, very diverse places? Some of them are actually much more focused on production of cannabis. So Nigeria is a major producer of cannabis for the West Africa region, for example. Kenya, it turns out, seems to be much more of an importing country of cannabis, what we have found in our research. And in the areas we study in Zimbabwe are much more in the import as well. So how do we compare? Is it actually useful to compare? And then the other thing is the policy context. You know, this project actually, we drafted it, I think in 2012, 13, we started writing about it. There wasn't really much policy debate at the time. My colleague Neil and I, we published a book, Africa and the War on Drugs at the time, where we actually argued that there is not enough debate about those policies that are relatively repressive in most countries. But things have really changed over the last 10 years. So there is now very, very vivid debates about cannabis policies. There's policy changes happening. In the South African context, there have been significant changes happening. So this has sort of impacted our project as well. We have to constantly keep up to date with those things. So actually one way to avoid this problem with constantly changing policies is looking back. Because, you know, history doesn't change. I mean, interpretations of history do change, but so we have started to look back to have a better understanding of the history rather than fighting ourselves through these constantly changing policy changes in this context. But policy change is exciting because it provides you relevance basically for the project, because we have a lot of people who want to know why, you know, how can you change policy and how can you do it in an ethical way, for example. Anyway, and there's a lot of methodological and ethical challenges, obviously, studying cannabis, but that's for the afternoon today where we discuss them. So I think I'll just leave it at that for now. If you have any questions, we can sort of, me and the sort of the other project members talk about the project. And otherwise we can also, I think the next presentation will be about South Africa, I think, yeah, and then about Zimbabwe. Is that right? And then and I think we might have breaks somewhere in between as well. Anyway, so just to get the conversation started, I wanted to present those things. We have quite a bit already published, not quite a bit, a little bit. So these are the kind of easily accessible aspects. We have a website, we have a recently published conversation piece, which sort of sets out the opportunities, but also the risks to what those policy changes actually mean in Southern Africa specifically, and especially what they mean to smallholders that are involved in those policy, or that are affected by those policy changes. So I think I'll leave it at that and maybe open the floor for some time and before we move on to South Africa and Zimbabwe. Thanks a lot. Any questions or anything? Somebody checking online? Right. You can see that. We move on to South Africa already.
Good morning, everyone. So yeah, I'll just present a overview of what we've thus far done in terms of South Africa itself, and both in terms of research, but I think in terms of policy as well in South Africa. You know, I mean, the journey from criminalization, essentially, or outright criminalization, to sort of quasi decriminalization or whatever it's called now, is been one that has not been easy, I don't think, for many people, for many communities in the country. There have been obviously the legal challenges, but there have also been concerns about integrating, understanding a new way of dealing with cannabis that moves beyond the traditional model, which South Africa essentially had via the Drugs and Drugs Trafficking Act, which was criminalization outright and prohibition. You know, I think that in reflection on what has occurred thus far, there's a lot of confusion, and there still is a lot of confusion as to where exactly we stand in terms of cannabis in relation to different cohorts of society. So, you know, I mean, it's clear that the sort of status quo at the moment is that private consumption and private use is fine, but anything public. But what, you know, there's always been a lot of questions around what determines which is private and which is public. How do we define the limitations of each? And I think, you know, the confusion for me is exemplified in something like when this happened in the courts, the police were trying to figure out exactly how to deal with this thing now and how to police cannabis, because obviously, you know, I mean, what determines private use? How do you determine how many the quantity of cannabis in relation to private consumption. You know, I mean, one person's private consumption may be very little, and one person's private consumption may be quite high. So, you know, in reflection, I think one of the key issues South Africa's had to deal with is that, as much as we seem to do quite often, is that we had a great idea, but we just didn't really figure out how to do it properly. And we've been lost in confusion ever since. So, I mean, we obviously have a long history of cannabis policing, cannabis regulation in this country, which most people are familiar with, in which is essentially defined by prohibition and criminalization, in which cannabis, you know, formed a large part of policing category of drugs, of which drugs was one of the primary policing categories in the regulatory sphere as a whole. And so obviously, you know, I mean, that's sort of the background we come from. And I mean, drugs in general in this country are seen, I don't know, a friend called it the hangover of conservatism, in the sense that, you know, I mean, South African society is quite conservative, and drugs are generally seen as in a negative manner or negative light, often articulated by people who are sitting at a bar with a glass of beer in front of them and a cigarette. You know, no irony there, but yeah, so I mean, that's the position we come from. And I think there's been a lot of confusion, a lot of concern as to how we actually are trying to navigate a new area, whatever that space may look like, whether in terms of policing or regulation or, you know, even the law itself. And I don't think we're there. We're obviously not there yet, and we still are muddling our way through this. And as a result, there's been a lot of contestation within society, both, you know, in terms of growers and users, but also in terms of policing and legislation and the regulatory framework. There's also been a lot of, I don't know, contestation in terms of who gets to speak for this community. I think that's more recent, at least, concern is that, you know, a lot of people concerned that the population of people that grow traditional cannabis, if we can call it that, have been excluded from the conversation that has thus far, you know, evolved around how cannabis ought to be spoken about and dealt with by various people. And, you know, I mean, that is obviously a concern, but then, you know, I mean, there's other people who have sort of argued that the cannabis framework ought to be one that is sort of guided by business, and where the business should then determine how the cannabis conversation essentially continues. Personally, I don't really have a view on this. I think that, you know, we should just have a lot of debate about it. But I think the key point here to note is that, you know, there's no definitive narrative as to where we are now and how we ought to go or how we ought to proceed in the future, which can make for a confusing space when it comes to something like the policing of cannabis, where, because there are no defined or you know, concrete parameters within which to understand both the legislative context, but also, you know, the way in which we ought to feel about cannabis, it's resulted in a lot of confusion, which continues to this day. And I think, you know, in some sense, that sort of defines South Africa's policy framework at the moment, is one of confusion. I just don't, I sense we're still muddling our way through this, and we'll be doing so for a long time. There is some concern around SAPRA as well. I'm sure everyone's familiar with SAPRA. SAPRA has this weird position in our society where it is both a regulatory organization, but is also somewhat of a for-profit organization. And, you know, despite it taking over from the MCC, now reports to Treasury, and is therefore somewhat of a problematic, in my mind at least, problematic organization. But, you know, I mean, they now control what is considered to be a regulatory and legitimate psychosocial substance versus something that is not, and which scheduling system or which schedule is applicable to it. And of course that, you know, there's concern around that because it doesn't seem to be staffed much by medical practitioners anymore. But yeah, any questions or concerns or comments about South Africa? I mean, there's a lot going on and it's very hard to sum up South Africa in 5 minutes flat.
I don't know much about the cannabis landscape in South Africa. Do you have any data on, you know, how many people are users? Are they typically growers or buyers? Are we more of an importer or an exporter? I have no idea about the landscape, so I was wondering.
So
if there's any information.
There are essentially two camps around this. There is, as Gernot has sort of mentioned, the UNODC, I mean, for lack of a better term, the UNODC camp, which believes that yes, we can understand and know this type of thing and, you know, sketch out this landscape statistically. most of which those statistical aggregations are, trying to think of a nice way of saying it, guesses at the best of times. So, you know, determining how many people use cannabis is very difficult to do accurately. Because even despite its sort of quasi-decrim status now, people are still not going to just admit it or talk about it, or at least a lot of people won't, because it still has this aura around it that it's association with drugs, and drugs are bad, and, you know, drugs are to blame for everything that's gone wrong in society. So people don't really want to admit it. Growers are a little bit more easy to map out. There's obviously the business cohort now, which we can define and we know almost, well, somewhat definitively. The traditional growers, however, that remain outside of the scope of the business undertakings, I don't know if we have an accurate understanding of exactly how many, well, you know, what acreage, whatever is under cultivation at the moment. Again, it's difficult to undertake us to really like get an accurate picture of this, both because, you know, I mean, cannabis remains at that scale an illicit good to produce or grow, and people are not going to advertise that they're growing it. So yeah, I mean, it is difficult to sketch out. I mean, another project I work on has been looking at the drug prices for the last 3 years or so, and I mean, you know, we could sketch that out in terms of what people are paying for drugs, which gives you sort of a proxy for understanding supply and demand. But the problem with cannabis is that if, at least the natural grown products, if you could call it that, the prices are not that, they're quite static. You know, they're quite stable at least. Whereas, I mean, the hydroponics and the like do vary a lot more. But again, you've got to then, you know, question of around, well, how many people have access to hydroponics? And there's also, you know, I mean, both conceptually and legally a big issue with cannabis in this country, in the sense that we tend to talk about one defined entity known as cannabis, when in fact cannabis is a variety of different species, but also, you know, from a pharmacological perspective, a variety of different chemical substances, for lack of a better term. And, you know, I mean, the stuff you buy down the road on Main Street versus hydroponically grown purple haze is a very different type of drug or substance. So, you know, from a regulatory perspective, we tend to treat everything as the same thing, which is of course problematic. But also, you know, from a statistical perspective, we tend to treat everything as one type of defined entity, and it's not really defined in that way. You know, I mean, indoor hydroponics versus outdoor natural grown cannabis are completely different things. And I don't know if there's any accurate means of sketching it out, or if there are any analyses that sketch it out, to be honest. I don't know of any. I mean, there are, but I don't know. I doubt their accuracy. Lack of a better term.
Another question from Clifford Johnson online.
Mm-hmm.
Can I... While we wait for him, he also posted in the chat box saying, or rather asking, about the research and data collected so far. Can it be shared? Who can you contact?
In terms of like this project specifically. So in South Africa, we have primarily focused on the archive research aspect of the project, and we have collected from all of the main national archives in the country a whole range of materials, ranging from pictures to PDFs to Word documents, which field workers went out and obtained, specifically related to anything that, you know, anything that mentions cannabis, which we are still sorting through. I mean, there's a lot of information there. We're still sorting through it. I don't know if we could share that at this point in time because it's part of the project, but obviously the results will be shared once we have published something about it. It's still a work in progress, as Gernot has mentioned, and we're still open to, you know, modifying it. But yeah, we've done a lot of archive research thus far. And beginning with the interviews with various people who are significant in the cannabis community as a whole. Yeah.
Data. I don't know if you can hear me, but so I think the idea is that we are publishing most of the work in the coming months and years. So we have a plan for that. But at the very end of the project, I don't know how it works in South Africa, but we have an obligation to share our data via the UK data archive. So The only issue is, some of those interviews might be a bit tricky to share actually, because they will be with people that are essentially criminal, or they're involved in criminal activities. They're criminalized by these laws or by the state. So we have to be very careful what actually will become publicly available. I mean, the archival sources, I think that's fine, but the interview data is a more difficult question. But I think most of the published research is coming out in the next few months, hopefully.
I mean, there is, as you mentioned, like an ethical obligation to protect participants in terms of their identities, especially when you're dealing with something that is ultimately illegal in some sense, or could be construed as illegal, depending on what you're doing with it. So yeah, well, I mean, we'll release that data when we can.
Does that answer your question?
Behind you, Clemens.
Okay, well, thank you. Now, my question is simple. Now, I would like to know if the project is also involved in the land question, specifically in South Africa, because the land question is very complicated here. Then did you consider how the government is going to allocate land in the future for the growth of cannabis?
So it is.
Secondly, lastly, sorry, the role of big corporation, that is capital. Yeah. How do you think that capital will get involved in the growing and the selling of the cannabis in South Africa?
So the land question is something that Clemens will speak to more specifically, as he's got a background in agrarian studies. I mean, it is something that is, I mean, the land question more broadly in South Africa is one that continues to narrate public discourse quite extensively. In terms of cannabis itself, I mean, I think it ultimately depends on how we define the regulatory framework within which we're going to understand cannabis growing and production. I think there's still a debate as to who can legitimately grow, who can legitimately, or where legitimately it can be grown, and how we're going to frame that regulatory space so is that, there is a place for policing, but also a place for growing and a place for everyone within society. And I think that's something we haven't defined yet. It's still very much in the air as to how this thing will be dealt with in a technical sense. In terms of large business capture and the like, I mean, yes, there is obviously an element to that, which we've seen now in Cape Town, or at least we did see in Cape Town, in terms of who the city of Cape Town was dealing with in terms of wanting to sell land and allocate land for the growing of cannabis in Atlantis, for instance. I think, I mean, obviously there's a potential for things to be captured, if you call it that, in the sense that big business could come in and take over a lot of small manufacturing hubs and the like. But also I think there is a consensus within the cannabis community that, traditional ways and traditional means of producing it ought to be protected through various mechanisms, including, sort of these co-ops and, the collective engagement of communities so that, they can be protected. I don't think, I mean, I think there is obviously we need to be guarded against complete overtaking of corporate and business interests in it, but equally, I mean, there needs to be a space for everyone. I think it's about, defining the parameters between which in the different spaces so as that they don't one doesn't overtake the others, as in most things. But again, all of this is very much it hasn't been defined very well yet at all. So there was Irvin, and then I'll get to you. So
I checked that the South African police confiscated 286,000 kilograms of cannabis. That includes plants of different species last year. Do we know, in terms of the amount of cannabis confiscated by SAPS, what percentage that constitutes of the entire? We don't know. We don't have those figures.
We don't know how much is being grown in total. I mean, look, the irony of the policing paradigm at the moment is such that the people that tend to get or fall foul of the policing and the laws in South Africa tend to be the people who are really quite policed in very archaic ways. And there's an opportunity here to be smart about policing and smart about the way in which we regulate cannabis so as that, you know, we actually have an effective paradigm. Because at the moment, the drug policing framework is just not effective. I mean, you know, it tends to be marked out by arrests, but arresting people doesn't necessarily deal with the drug problem. In fact, it doesn't at all. So the marker of success is not itself accurate of any success. So you had a question? Who was first? I'm not sure.
Oh, I wanted to ask, what is the role of the God and
so I mean, in terms of women have a significant role to play in the production traditionally of cannabis. I had a master's student. Who I supervised who she found that, you know, there's then in the production of cannabis crop research. I mean, there are quite a few women who play a significant role in the research of cannabis. But I mean, I'll be honest with you, in terms of the production itself, beyond that, I don't really know much about it. I mean, like, there may be some business women as well, but that's the extent I know of. But in, you know, in terms of traditional ways of producing cannabis, they play a significant role. So you had a question.
The land use thing, and you guys all looked at regional hubs for different in-trade purpose usage in the sense that you can't really stop somebody from growing what they want, but it would be difficult to create a hemp hub next to a medical hub just because of pollen, for instance, if you don't have filters. So if you go to a rural landscape, it becomes, especially like along like the Mzumba River, where you see a lot of pollen growth, to kind of protect those people in the land situation. How do you set up an environment that, the reason I said we were looking at CIDC and we started looking at where you would situate various crops along South Africa, and we proposed KZN as a hemp hub because of summer rainfall and things like that. So Western Cape was seen more as a niche for the medical grow sites. But now you'd still have a situation where somebody wants to farm hemp. You know, and now you're dividing land rights amongst these people. And we need to still be conscious of what we're using the land for when we divide it, to protect the farmers around it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you know, so that is, I should interview you, because that's a really interesting, like, conversation that we haven't really engaged with as much. You know, I mean, our concern is not so much producing roadmaps for grow patterns, but rather simply to produce research about, you know, cannabis as a whole, as a discussion topic. But I mean, you know, it is a debate that I think hasn't been explored significantly in South Africa, is how do we, when we're growing something like cannabis, create a framework that is not only regulatory effective, but also environmentally, and, you know, like is one that takes into account things like pollen movements and the like, because obviously that's going to affect things. So yeah, I mean, that's an important thing to consider that I even thought about it, to be honest. Keith?
Yeah, can I just make a point that tends to get overlooked a lot? As we know, when people talk about drugs, they don't mentally include alcohol. Alcohol, as we know, is a drug. And I know you know that I've been involved in trying to get policy through. And I keep bringing up the subject of why are we trying to reinvent the wheel when we come to making policy about cannabis? Because alcohol already provides a framework, a history of good and bad, prohibition, decriminalization, all that sort of thing. Some of the laws are good, other bad. We have bylaws on that. And if you look at purely getting down to basics, if you look at alcohol, alcohol is a chemical, ethyl alcohol is a chemical compound that has certain effects on the body. And that can be made from a variety of plants, you know, grapes, grains, all that sort of thing. If people are growing grapes or table grapes, they grow to make wine. We shouldn't be talking about cannabis as a whole in terms of the psychotropic effects. Talking about THC, maybe CBD, as we do with alcohol. And it doesn't matter where that THC comes from, because of course now it's becoming synthetic analogs like THC. So we should be talking about we are producing THC, and certain varieties are producing that THC. Therefore, you can grow those varieties. And you're never going to have a no THC, just in terms of alcohol. If you buy an alcohol-free drink, it still has alcohol. You have a lot of products. So that's still. The whole huge economy here, the Western Cape, with all these wine farms, they're not all controlled by big business. They're small wine farms. So I just like to
That's a good point. I mean, my only comment to that would be to question whether the framework for alcohol regulation in the country has been effective thus far, or I mean, there's a lot of lessons that can be learned, modified, but I mean, there have been significant issues with regulation.
Pros and cons, absolutely.
Of alcohol. I mean, you only have to look at the lockdown type of regulatory emphasis to realize, that there's scope to play with here, but I mean, things can go quite dramatically wrong as well. But I agree. I mean, that's a great point.
Starting point. Yeah.
Maybe we're overcomplicating things.
Can I just quickly say, when you ask a question, please speak quite loudly. The speakers, the microphones only at the front here will pick you up, and the people online are struggling to hear the questions. So speak towards the microphone and speak loudly, please.
Thank you.
I agree with you 100%, but then the only difficulties that we've seen in that sense is the raw product, in the sense that a grape, you can't become intoxicated from the grape. Whereas with cannabis, from the raw product itself, you can still have secondary effects. And that's where I agree with you that I'm a co-owner of Analytics, and that's why we push that, in the sense that if it's a regulated product and safe for the consumer, you can put it on the shelf, just the same way if there's no fat or blood in the milk, you can have milk on the shelf. But it becomes difficult in the sense that the raw flower, apart from the large amounts of variance you can see within the chemo profiles, that can intoxicate the person. So if somebody grows grapes at home and their child, and that's where the responsible adult model comes in. But if somebody, grapes, a child can pick the grape and eat the grape. But if they eat the flower, they may feel something. And that's where the primary production, some people see it as, where do you place that?
Well, I'll tell you where I place it. I place it in terms of commercial versus private use. You can make your own beer or wine or whatever. You've got no idea, well, you've got some idea of what the alcohol content is. Your kid can pick up one of your bottles of wine and drink it and get drunk. Okay, and that's the point. One can't look at this, one has to look at it in a simplified way, but look at all aspects together. So when you have a commercial product, it tells you how much THC is on there. Okay, so if people are selling if they are selling cannabis plants, they would have to have an analysis to say how much THC is in there. Then that's fine. If they're growing it for themselves, it's the same as alcohol. You don't have to get a license to produce for yourself and your friends, and as long as you're not selling. So in that context, it's crucial that we talk about THC in terms of its concentration, when you're selling it commercially or not. But it's a good point. But then again, you're ignoring the point that commercial is different to your production at home.
No, I agree with you. Like, even what we've seen, especially with the small scale producers, and that's what limits them out, is analytics becomes too expensive for their batch sizes, so they can't regulate themselves. I mean, if you look at somebody who's producing a kilo of indoor, for instance, your max, you're going to get 45 to 55, maybe 60 Rand a gram. You're selling that at 60,000. For analytics, just for the COA verification, you're looking at 20 to 25,000. So just the cost of production, without rents and everything, it kicks them out of the market. So without a cooperative model like KWV or something like that in the alcohol industry, small game players don't really have a space in the industry. Because
I mean,
regulations.
we're going to have to regulate for in some sense, or adjust artificially, so is that there is some scope for local communities to still have a competitive.
I would think there are possibly mechanisms like you mentioned, co-ops and that sort of thing, where they pool the resources, because you have to have, when you're dealing with drugs, whether they medical or recreational, if you like, you still need to protect the consumer. And you need to protect the production. I mean, if you say bottling or producing canned goods, you don't want botulism in those goods, and people have to adhere to certain standards, and those places have to be inspected. So they need the right equipment and all that, which is going to cost them money, as opposed to just planting cannabis in an area where it grows like a weed, in terms of climate, etc. So unfortunately, commercially, you actually have to invest. And in my view, maybe the government should prioritize investment in co-ops like that, where people in the rural areas can take their stuff and be tested. I don't see why they shouldn't do that.
I think, in South Africa, whether it's a debate about, commercialization or debate about regulation framework, there's always, our debate now is focused on the borders as to where we define the parameters of each of these things. So for instance, in terms of, what is the legal age? Who can be, what constitutes private practice versus public, growing for profit or whatever. Where is the border between the commercial, the large scale enterprise and the local farmer and community? Those are the debates we're having at the moment, I think, in South Africa. It's trying to figure out exactly what defines the thing that we've allowed for now in a manner that is effective. And I mean, there's a lot of lessons to be learned from alcohol and from other, attempts at regulation, but I think we'll get there eventually. Cool, I've got nothing else to say. Any other questions? Okay, cool. So let's move on to the next country, I think. It's going to be Zimbabwe. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much. My name is Clemens Rusenga. I'm going to focus on Zimbabwe. So, is helping me to set up the presentation. As is helping to set up the presentation. So, in this presentation, I'm trying to do two things. One is give you an idea, basically, of a view of the cannabis situation, dynamics in Zimbabwe, as my colleagues have done, but also I'll share a little bit of some of the findings that are coming out of that, because I think that will help you even to answer some of the questions that are coming here, like the implications for agrarian change, the question and all that. So these are some of the things that will come in. So I decided just to give it a little bit of a topic, cannabis and agrarian change in Zimbabwe, whose opportunity. Basically, it's open-ended. I'm trying to help us together we'll think about this development, just to highlight that it's complicated, and also the fact that we need to pay attention to make sure that whatever model comes, it is inclusive, that it is not a model that that you just benefit certain section. I think these are some of the questions that we have been grappling with in the previous presentations right now. So those are some of the issues that I hope we'll be able to capture here. It's also, as my colleagues have indicated, also in the earlier stages. Yes, so it's also in the earlier stages. So given my background in African studies, sociology, and my interest in agrarian studies. So some of the, I thought it is important for me just to give a little bit of background to situate this debates that we are having so that we understand why it matters for us to think about inclusive models. Especially here, we are, as my colleagues indicated, that we are looking at cannabis from the angle of development. So I look at this development drugs nexus. So I think that it helps us to understand, because also in Zimbabwe, cannabis changes are being framed within the development context, especially I'll comment a little bit on that. So there's a long history of prohibition in Zimbabwe, that the fact that it has been banned until there were some partial changes in 2018. But those that prohibition, the banning was not effective. So it didn't stop cannabis production to take place. It didn't stop its trade and its use. But of course, it had some impacts. Even right now, you still have an impact here. So when you talk to people, it's not very easy for even those who are growing it illegally to do so because of the way the state and the policing takes place. So we will also find that the drugs challenge narrative, the fact that drugs are seen as a threat, that has been like the predominant, it's a predominant narrative, but yet we are saying that cannabis has socioeconomic contributions that are largely ignored. So we are not just seeing cannabis just from a security point of view only, but also we are saying that we need to look at it in a broader manner to also look at what contribution does it make to the livelihoods of the people. So another aspect I felt is important to understand also some of the questions that we are talking about here about corporates, big corporates versus even small holders, is to understand also the way the global agricultural economy has been set and how it has transformed since the 1970s. With the expansion of capitalism and also agribusiness emerging as an important player in agroeconomies, and also the crisis of agriculture in Africa over the years since the 90s, especially 1980s, 1990s, the EU structural adjustment programs, and how those dynamics have shaped and in some ways having the dispossession of the smallholders, others call them peasants, creating the land questions that we currently have. So there's a group of people who people like Mafeji who thought for some time that only Southern Africa has got a land question, and the other parts of Africa outside what they call the settler colonies, South Africa, Zimbabwe, Namibia, that you only have an agrarian question there. The issues to do with the problems about how do we make land to be productive and all that. So the land question being defined as these critical inequalities in terms of access and ownership of the land. But because also now of the changes in the global economy, so we are now seeing that even outside, there are people like Semoyo who say that even outside Southern Africa, now the land question is emerging also. People these days are talking about land grabbing. So it's a manifestation of a land question that is coming up. So these are some of the factors that are feeding into the challenges with the economies and also the smallholders struggling to make a living out of agriculture, some of them being dispossessed, but also lack of state support in the conventional agricultural production that is taking place. So that, for me, it helps me to situate cannabis as and also to highlight that sometimes our thinking and the thinking of people who are into cannabis, we need to understand cannabis or even drugs from the perspective also of those who are involved into it. So sometimes from a state point of view, because the law defined them as it is illegal, then maybe we see it as maybe they are just renegades. They just love to break laws. But yet for someone, when they are producing cannabis, for them, it's because they want to, it is an opportunity. They know that, number one, it produces better profits compared to the other conventional crops whose, for example, markets are collapsing. So when they produce cannabis, they want maybe to send their child to school. They want to pay fees. This is there within that economic context. So I'm saying that cannabis here now, for some, becomes part of a broad spectrum of activities for their social reproduction. Basically, I mean, saying how do they make a living, their daily living, feed their family and all that. So cannabis becomes part, and when I say part of a broad spectrum, it means that they are not just located in the conventional way where we are saying that someone is with a job, so I just depend on that job. But they straddle across many spaces. It's cannabis, they're still doing production, they're still having wage employment, and all these are coming to the same pot and trying to make a living. So we are saying that, yes, they've been that long history, but since 2018, and I'm talking about Zimbabwe here, since 2018 in Zimbabwe, it became, I think, the second country after Lesotho to legalize cannabis for medical and scientific purposes. But what it did, this, for example, I normally try to show this as like kind of delve into how this is framed. The fact that only one aspect is legalized, but without fully legalizing cannabis. So what you have here is that unlicensed production for trade, commercial, and consumption remains illegal under the current regulation. So when I say unlicensed, and this is the space where many of the smallholders, for example, we're talking about, they are found in this space where their activities remain illegal. Yet there's one element that has been legalized. So in other words, we are now having a coexistence of two non-complementary markets, the legal and illegal. And the relationship between these two markets is not yet clear. So new data is emerging. So we are still learning about this. So I'm just highlighting a little bit here about the markets that are emerging because of this. So on one hand, we have this legal market where production is mostly dominated by the agribusinesses, but there are also joint ventures. I think for some of the questions that were emerging here, there are some also joint ventures where some farmers who have managed to get the permits, they get into joint ventures maybe with the international agribusinesses from America or Switzerland. And then what they'll be doing here is that they provide the land, they can provide the labor, and then, so there is more like kind of a contract farming model. But what has changed here, that this is where, for example, in the context of tobacco, where contract farming, even small producers could enter into contract farming using their own small spaces, small holders in the communal areas. This is not, they are not involved here. There's a new contract farmer in town, and the new contract farmer is what in the context of commercial farming, where big commercial farmers and also the new A2 farmers. A2 in the context of land reform in Zimbabwe is that A1 were those whom we normally call smallholders. A2 are kind of a scaled down version of a commercial farmer, but who participated, who got land through the land reform. So these become, and together with the previous large-scale commercial farmer, they become new contract farmers, and the agribusiness, they provide everything that is needed. And a good example was one where the agribusiness provide everything, and the contract farmer will provide the labor, is given also inputs and everything. But the idea is that the contract is that when the produce is ready, you sell to this one supplier of yours. So production here is mainly for export medicinal markets, but also local markets are also targeted here, especially for research purposes. But there are high license costs, which many smallholders cannot afford. A good example, so if you go to the Zimbabwe Industrial Development Agency, which is the agency that does the licensing within Zimbabwe, one of their, they have their guidelines there. And so it says that you need $11,250 when submitting your application. And once it is approved, then you have to pay $46,000. So when you put this together, that's over $50,000. So it means, obviously, from a technical point of view and even costing point of view, just to get the license, many people are locked out. But not only that, you have also the annual fee of 15,000. Those are some of the, I'm sharing the slides so you can see there. But for the sake of time, I'm just saying that what you see there is just one element of the cost of cost into getting into medicinal production. Because besides that, you will need another higher, you will face another higher cost for just producing it again. So here, so when you are producing for medicinal cannabis in the current regulation, then you need to produce it within the greenhouses. So you have to set the drip system, the greenhouses, and all those they do have. They are very expensive. So one farmer who was interviewed in the main media in Zimbabwe he put the cost of putting together the setup there around $500,000. But he giving estimates that maybe after producing maybe for a hectare, then they're expecting to get around, was it 1.2 or 2 million? But this I'm not pinning anything on this cost, but this is what was being reported. But for hemp production, you can produce it without using greenhouses. But the point we are emphasizing here is the exclusion or the difficulty of many of the smallholders to participate into that. But on the other side, you have the illegal market that is still there, which has been there for generations. And this one is dominated by smallholders. But what I found out when I went there for our initial visit for research, that most of the cannabis that was being traded and consumed in the areas where I went to 2 towns, and the capital city, Harare, and Shirezi in the southeastern Zimbabwe, that most of it was being imported. And Shirezi being imported from Mozambique, and then Harare mostly from South Africa and also Malawi. They call it, the variety, it was Malawi Gold in Harare, also skunk and Durban poison from South Africa. But there is also local production that takes place in Zimbabwe, but it was not very popular with the consumers. So the market was dominated mostly by imported varieties. So the trade was dominated by younger generations, but consumption, it was by all generations. So there are value chains also that we imagine, that we have seen, starting with the suppliers who go, for example, to Malawi and to stock maybe in large bales in big quantities, and then smuggle it into the country using trucks, using cross-border buses. But in Shirezi, it was mostly the motorbikes that were being used to go but then in terms of distribution, when it comes, then it will be repackaged into different quantities before being distributed. And then also even go as far as making it ready, like twists and the cigars. So if you see the picture that I have put there, on the far left, top left there, that's on the bigger pack, that's Malawi Gold, which was being sold for, so that's Harare. So Harare being the capital city, so there's better packaging. So you have these sachets, so that's Malawi Gold, there's the skunk there, and those are the foils they use to package. So those foils are used to make the cigarettes that you see on the bottom corner there. The cigarettes are called marods. Marods basically meaning the rod, as you know it. So in Shona, when they say marods, it means rods. So it's a rod in the sense that there's a group of people who want it to be ready. For example, if I'm rushing to go to the bus, I don't have time to buy and I have to roll it, so I want to find it ready. I just buy it and then I light it and I can consume it as I go. So it's called marods. It's also popular with the younger generation, including the girls. and women, since then we were asking about that, where they say that they don't have the background, they don't know how to do this, and also they don't want to be seen doing that. And because also sometimes when you are preparing it and you are lighting, so sometimes they can have these sparks that can burn your clothes. So people don't want to be seen that, because once it burn your clothes and they have this, people know that this one is smoking. So people don't want that. They just want to look smart. So that also was speaking to the dynamics about who were the consumers. So they were saying that, so what we found out is that consumers could be someone even in a nice suit in an executive office, but when they don't go to buy themselves, they send someone to buy. So what are some of the implications that we have here? So there are some concerns about corporate capture. I think the debate that we're having here, the fact is that because of the way the industry has been set up with the higher costs, even to higher entry costs, but also higher production costs. So it's setting up the industry to make it more accessible to those who have more resources compared to those who do not have resources. And the other scholars have called this accumulation by dispossession. People like like Harvey, people like Chris Duval. So the fact that you have these more powerful corporate interests coming into an industry that used to be dominated by small producers, and now they become the major players and benefit more compared to those who have been there. But like I indicated, there are challenges with end-to-end production costs, but also we are saying that this elitist approach to, especially for those who are interested in agrarian studies, the fact that because when you regulate cannabis, it's an agricultural product, because it's being turned from this infamous crop into, it's becoming even a reputable crop, because now when you look at you listen to the rhetoric of the Zimbabwean government, that they have high hopes because tobacco, which used to be the golden crop in Zimbabwe, is struggling. So their vision now is that cannabis is going to what? Is going to be the new boy in town. So what they are doing here, they are talking about billions. But when they talk about this, they are talking in those conversation circles. You don't have even the voices of those who have been involved with cannabis for generations. We've been the custodian of the cannabis plant, but also its knowledge about who are most of the smallholders. So what you find here is now that people who have resources, who are able to take opportunity, even at whatever cost, are the ones who are found here. So we are saying that, but also going back to the issue of the land question, is this challenge, especially the precedents that you have in Zimbabwe. I'm happy that my colleagues Malvin and Senzeni there, I think they wrote something. There's a community called the Chilonga community in Chirez, where I come from. An agribusiness wanted the land to set up a dairy farm. I think they wanted to grow lucerne. And then, so the government just went to this community and said that you are poor, you don't know how to use this land. And then they just gazetted and say, you are what? You are going to be relocated to another land. We're giving this. So these are some of the implications, the challenge. So when now cannabis comes in as a new boy in town, and you need land to do that, and the agribusiness, they don't already have land. Where is that land going to come from? Are we going to see these kind of decisions being done where you dispossess those whom you think they don't know how to use the land? Because also even the sentiment of saying you don't know how to use the land or you are not using it productively, it's biased. It depends on what you mean by good use of land. It speaks to what we used to have here also when the Minister of Lands here used to say that use it or lose it. Regarding the land reform beneficiaries, say you are not using this land because they wanted the land to be used in the manner the former previous commercial farmers were using it. Yet these people, the new beneficiaries, were using it in different ways. For example, maybe they're using it for both consumption and production and for commercial purposes. So these are some of the questions that are coming. So we are saying that there's an injustice and contradiction here in that cannabis is seen as bad when it is serving the interests of the poor, but it is good when serving the interests of the state and the corporate business and others. So we are saying, basically what we are saying here, that we need to rethink the issues of the models that we are using. And also there's this dual model that is emerging where you have a legal market on one side, and then another which is being neglected and still suffering from the wrath of the state on the other side. I think we need to rethink these models, and perhaps maybe the Moroccan, what the Moroccans are thinking about the cooperatives, which some of my colleagues here are highlighting about it. Say, instead of taking shortcuts where we think that because we don't want to do the difficult thinking, and say it's easier for us to get money quickly when we have those who have the capacity to do so, to the point that we neglect those who maybe need state support. I think we need to rethink all those, so that we start from the beginning having an inclusive model in mind. So I think that what we are having also here is that we are seeing that there are dangers when legal markets and debates are dominated by state and corporate interests. And we are saying also that we need also to have this inclusive participation in the debates that we are having, and also to make sure that it takes me to what Julius Nyerere once said. I think this idea about development of the people, by the people, and for the people. The idea about trying that from the beginning, you need the participation of those whom you want to be the beneficiaries of development. You cannot be the best spokesperson for them, and think that you will come with the best at the exclusion. And with that, I thank you so much. Like I indicated, these are just some of the issues, but also maybe, hopefully it generates maybe a discussion, and I welcome questions and points of clarity and the contributions as well, as we are looking forward to learn from you all. Thank you.
Yes. Do you have any idea of what the end product for medical cannabis, the plant that's grown in Zimbabwe, where's the end product from those plants that are grown? Do you have any idea who buys it, what actual product it is that it ends up on the shelves, overseas or in Zimbabwe? So I think that's quite important to know. Is it what medical cannabis is? Is it the end product a registered product with various authorities like SAPRA in South Africa and what have you? Is it a product that they're making it for, like Sativex, which is for sale in some European countries? Do you have any idea?
Okay, thank you so much. So part of it, I think the last year it was reported that I think about 30 tons were exported to Switzerland. I think this was raw. The raw cannabis, medicinal cannabis that was being exported. But their idea also is that I think just a few weeks ago, if not last week, the Deputy Minister of Health, because it's being regulated under the Ministry of Health, the Medical Council of Zimbabwe, MCAS. So that they want also to begin to have these products, whether it's the oil and the others that will be used, even maybe regulated, that will go even through the pharmacy system. So that's the idea, but currently that capacity to produce and to use it within Zimbabwe, I think is something that they are still putting in place. That's the idea, but mostly the cannabis is raw and is exported overseas. And it also took some time, actually, even right now, not many of the license holders, because there are about 56, 57 license holders as of this year, some few months ago. But most of them have not yet started production. I think it relates also to the cost, but also there were these developments, experimentations about the varieties and all that, that are still being done. So for example, this last photo on the bottom corner here, so I got that one from the Tobacco Research Board. So this is the institute in Zimbabwe, which is doing these experiments about cannabis on behalf of the government. So there's still that capacity building that is taking place, but most of the cannabis is exported raw to Western countries, but they are planning also to have this done within Zimbabwe, but some of it to go for research purposes to be utilized by research institutions to develop their capacity scientifically in terms of the medical properties and all that. Yes.
Yeah, okay, thank you, Clemens. Your presentation was very insightful. Thank you very much for that. Now, being a South African, I'm not used to the chieftainship in Zimbabwe. As you know that in South Africa, chiefs claim to possess the land. That's one of the reasons why we, South Africans, especially me who stays in the village, I don't have a right to own a motor gas, simply because the state handed over the land to the chiefs. Now in Zimbabwe, I don't know anything about chieftainship, but now what is the role of chiefs in land allocation and also in deciding who must have the land to grow cannabis? Thank you.
Thank you so much. So in Zimbabwe, the land in the communal areas, so communal areas, these are non-urban areas. So those are all the communal areas, and they are in terms of leadership. Yes, we also have chiefs like here in South Africa. But so the Communal Lands Act, it vests the land in the office of the president. I'm not sure if I'm right, Senzeni. Yes, so it vests the land in the what? Office of the president. So in terms of daily management of the land, its allocation to his or her subjects or community members. So the chief, under the chief, you have the headman and then the crow head. So the crow head is like the village head. So all this chain of command, it is the one that you work together to manage the land on a daily basis. So if a new person comes and they want access to land for arable purposes, to stay and also for production, they see the chief. But when it comes to when the government come to a certain idea or they have certain ideas and they think that these ideas are, or they say that, okay, this kind of development is important, the chief there doesn't have power. So the government just, sometimes the chief will also hear from others telling him that, do you know that you are being relocated? I think this is the case with the Chilonga case I was talking about. But the government, through the Minister of Local Government, will just gazette and say this community is being moved to. Of course, sometimes they can try to do consultation, but not that it's being confused to say that the chiefs and their community, they have the power, because the land is vested in the office of the president. So the president can decide, the government can decide how to use land anyhow. So if, for example, the interests of the chiefs and the state are in contradiction, then those of the state, they override this one. Because this one, even constitutionally, they are just like a placeholder, they are just managing, but the land is vested in the office of the president.
Just a follow-up, if you don't mind.
Yes. Okay, and just to add that, so when it comes to land for cannabis, where some farmers, they do have their own land. And you can also make arrangements to have access to land. So even on that application that I was talking about for medicinal permit, you need to show proof that you have access to land. So this is where, for example, certain applicants, they will have to try maybe do joint ventures. You go to someone who has land, and then you agree, and then you come and now present that as a proof that this person, my joint partner, has access to land. So that land could be people who have benefited through the land reform program. But where, for example, a standalone an entity in agribusiness come from outside, they don't have a partner. Like recently, I think we have a Swiss biocitical company, which opened a 27 million plant in Mount Hampden, just outside Harare. And it was officiated by the state president. So the government then go and look for land and present it to the what? To the investor, according to the agreements that they will be making there. I think this will differ, but there are cases like that where the investor they don't have the land, but the government will provide. This is where maybe sometimes it becomes tricky that if there's no land, where are you going to get land? Because land cannot be stretched. Sometimes there are people on the land, so you find that now people get removed. So it's happening with the, it is happening with other industries like mining, with dairy, that we haven't had cases like that for cannabis, but we are saying if it is happening with these other ones, then there's a possibility that it could happen again with the cannabis as there's protection, expansion, and there are more players who are coming to the picture.
Okay, I was going to say that a couple of years ago, I have read that in Pondoland, next to Posetos, to be exact, yes. That is the western Pondo. They've got two Pondos, western and eastern. Now, we read that a certain chief in western Pondoland, I think it's in Damas and Rostau, sold the land to a Chinese company. I don't think that he consulted his government, because in South Africa, as far as I know, the chief may have more power than the state. That is vice versa to what is happening in Zimbabwe, if I heard you correctly, Yes. Now, my fear now is that comes the cannabis business or trade, whatever, these big corporations, in collaboration with the local chiefs, can easily negotiate our land away, which also means that the poor people can suffer more than they could have before before this beginning of the new boy in town, as you put it, Now that will mean that the knowledge of generations upon generations will be lost. And that the people, so-called illegal producers of cannabis, will be wiped out. I'm not sure, but this is my thinking, my personal opinion. Thank you, Clemens.
All right, thank you so much. I think you are raising important points for all of us to consider. And I think that's what we are grappling with here. We don't know whether maybe we are too afraid or we are going overboard in terms of our fears. Maybe it will not happen. Maybe things will change because it's dynamic, so things are changing. But those are important points. Sometimes where you have debates about, I think in South Africa, there are those debates about the role of chiefs, whether are they representing the communities or not, and there are debates about that. Some people calling it, the French, calling them despotic and all that. But I think those are important points to consider, yes. Alvin?
Right, thank you, Clemens, for that fired-up presentation. My comment or question, I don't know how to frame this, but having also listened to you and how you described the cannabis industry as highly capital intensive, for example, you described how, for example, the licensing itself, the process, one might need something like up to 50,000 US dollars. So, and when one looks at that, we are safe to say that it's the cannabis farming industry is elitist in nature and it excludes these smallholder farmers. So are we safe to say that in terms of creating opportunities for smallholder or small-scale farmers. Cannabis farming in Africa is a threat to rural livelihoods. Given the scale, I think you described that we have seen how, when it comes to mining, how these land grabs tend to take place. We have seen also, even in agriculture, how these big corporations from the East, and of course, we have seen how China particularly has taken a lot of inroads in farming in Africa, not just mining, but also they're taking over a number of farms on the African continent. So are we safe to say that these can pose a threat to African livelihoods, and given the nature of these land grabs, that obviously affect the rural poor? And so one also has this imagination that in as much as, most African states, there has this fixation of attracting global capital at the expense of the rural poor. And are we likely mostly to see the general trend whereby the poor or those in smallholder or rural areas are likely to be on the lower end of benefiting from cannabis production on the continent?
All right, thanks, Marvin. Yeah, maybe let me just start by saying, yeah, it's complicated, and some of the issues you are highlighting, I think it's possible, and we are seeing that like I think it's about the development model that mostly our states or governments are following, and it's being replicated mostly in different places across. I think hence we are now talking about even land grabbing. We are also, for example, in Zambia, our colleagues, they are working on land conversions that are taking place, and all that is from communal use to being converted, and then it has another use, for example, mining and other, retaining their livelihood. So it's possible, but I think that within this development model that our states are using, it's a development model that has been there for generations, where the confidence in those who are able to generate employment. So, and employment in the traditional sense that someone has to set up a company, the others have to come. So if you look at it within that context, the expectation is that these production setups where agribusiness and others who are not agribusiness but other projects, they are going to generate employment, and so in a way it's expected that it will contribute towards employment generation and the livelihoods. So others call that they have a problem with that, sitting as kind of top down, where you have a trickle down. You expect that benefits will come from there and then they go down, but sometimes it doesn't work that way. Sometimes it works with what the people who are on the ground are interested in, is to be empowered also to produce within the production model they know. For example, the model in tobacco in Zimbabwe, where even someone with just a few acres is able to produce and go and sell in the market, and they make a living out of that instead of depending on employment. It doesn't mean again that they don't like employment, but the setup, especially in most African households, is that within my same household we are doing production, but at the same time we go and look for employment as well. We are not choosing one against the other. Say, okay, either I don't want to produce, I want to go and do just get employment. So I think these are some of the issues that we need to think about. And what we are saying from here and the discussion that we are having is that, yes, there's a threat towards dispossessing or neglecting or excluding these groups who may be interested also in having, for example, the state maybe legalize it and maybe put in place systems that make sure that we deal with the abuse and other things, but still produce. I think what our colleague there highlighted about the tobacco, about alcohol, I think these are good ideas that perhaps we could learn from and use when it comes to cannabis. But yes, we are not yet there. We are thinking about that. We have to think about all these issues the implications and how we can benefit.
Sorry, 3 questions. You said that the regulator was the Department of Health. Are there any other regulators? Number 1. Number 2, what is the application process to get medical cannabis to a patient? Are there any, such as Section 22 and 21s in South Africa? And then thirdly, have you guys faced any export issues? I know Lesotho, for instance, had issues with SAPRA because they landlocked, they couldn't export. So they've started looking at other regulatory authorities to try push that through. Have you guys had any issues with that?
Okay, 3 questions. Maybe I will have to ask you to remind me the other ones if I don't remember them. So the first one is about regulatory authorities. So am I correct?
So who would be the primary regulator? Is it just the Department of Health or the others?
So within the Department of Health, there is a commission. I think they call it a council, Medical Council of Zimbabwe, call it MCAS. Medical Council, is it Medical Council? Yeah, Medical Council of Zimbabwe. I'll just check the correct name, but it's cool. We know we usually call it MCAS. So it's situated within the Department of Health. So, but it's not just the general Department of Health. So this one is the one that regulates whether it's pharmacies, because it's being framed as medicinal. So all medicines for the sake of making sure that safety issues and all that. So they go through that. So they are the ones who want to regulate to see that you are producing it in a good way, no harmful effects and all that. So there's one organ within, but it's within the state organ. So it's not independent.
Then are there any application processes to get medical cannabis to the patients?
To get it to the?
Medical cannabis to patients. So SAPRA has the Section 22 that you can apply for to get medical cannabis, for instance.
I think we are going there. So that's far because because it's a new industry just started. So the medicines anyway, they are not yet there. Like I indicated that I think, was it yesterday, this last week or 2 weeks back, the deputy minister was commending this MCAS that for putting in place this mechanism to make sure that they put in place a process that will be followed when, for example, the medicine is now available, for example, in pharmacies, how it will get to the patient. So, but it is still new, it's still being put in place, but there's that process that they are putting in place.
And then the last one was just export issues, but I suppose if MCAS kind of is the primary regulator, then they would handle it. So
yeah, so thus far there haven't been any export issues. Well, there hasn't been much exports that have taken place because actually some of the producers have just started, but there are some that have started. I think it was reported that last year, I think it was 30 tons of medicinal cannabis that was exported to Switzerland. There are no problems that I have seen so far reported about export issues. Maybe as the industry expands and maybe new players also, maybe as they tweak the model also and the new players come, so there may be some complications here and there. And I think we'll get to know much about that as time goes. Yes, Sanjay.
I'm interested to know about the day-to-day growth of the crop in villages. I mean, as someone who's also done work on smallholder farming, I just want to know who grows the crop, where is it grown? Because there is this communal, togetherness kind of sense in communal areas, in these communal villages where I would think that it would not be possible for me to be growing cannabis and my neighbor doesn't know. So seeing as it is illegal, how is it grown? Where is it grown? And what types of networks exist within these areas through which the final product is channeled for local markets within or outside the local markets? Thank you.
All right. Thanks, and then so so there's no one way, there's no uniform way in which about where it is being produced. So in some spaces, in some communities, because it's illegal, so they will grow it in the forest. So they will grow it in the forest because they are trying to hide it from the eyes of the police because it's illegal. So they'll just see, maybe it's in the valleys and all that. But if you are interested in a regional perspective, search here in South Africa, in Pondoland, also Lesotho, if you check the work by Bloomer, especially in those areas, for example, where it is difficult, they are not very accessible to the police. So you find that some of it is intercropped with other crops. They grow it in the field, and the people can even hire labor the same way you're working in Zimbabwe. You find that people would hire labor when it comes to harvesting, or when it comes to weeding and all that. Because in such spaces, people also know each other, they trust each other, or most people are doing that, and they're not reporting each other. But in Zimbabwe, it's mostly in the forest. Mozambique as well, where my informants were importing it from, they were painting a picture of a space which is not mostly accessible even to the local police in Mozambique. So one grows it even close to their homestead, and they will be having so many plants, and no one cares about it because the police don't even come. They spend even months, years without seeing the police there. And see, in some literature, even some people tend to associate it, for example, underdevelopment with cannabis. But the underdevelopment maybe as a factor that feeds into for undertaking cannabis, which is complicated and not always true. But in this sense, in this case, for example, in Mozambique, the fact that you don't have law enforcement coming into these areas, so people don't care much about where they grow it close by. And who is just decided within the homestead. Sometimes, like I indicated, for example, research in Swaziland. I think I once saw an article where the grandmas who have been left with the kids, their children, for example, their parents have died from maybe HIV, and they are left with the kids, and they are relying on cannabis as the crop that is helping them to feed these grandchildren who are orphans. And so in that context, they don't also go and hide it. They just grow it in their fields. And the networks, so sometimes people, it could be sold within the community, but also people from maybe urban areas, they come to source from there. But when they get there, of course, they get it very cheaply. Then they go, then the value of the cannabis or the profitability increases. They go up higher the value chain. So they come buy it, maybe like in Mozambique, my colleague, my informants were saying that I go buy a bucket for 300 rand. And then when they come, they say that just one cup, a bit of a cup, give them something like 250 rand from that 25 kg bucket. So those are some of the issues that happen. Yes.
Okay, thank you. I just want to ask if there is any talk in Zimbabwe currently of actually legalizing this cannabis. And the reason I'm asking is because if it still remains, while most of the countries, there's talks of legalizing it, in some countries it's already legal. But now if it's illegal in Zimbabwe and it's legal in South Africa, I'm afraid there's going to be an issue of cross-border crime. And obviously, if it's used in South Africa freely, people of Zimbabwe knows there's a market in South Africa. And then my next question, with these smallholders, I would say they are being marginalized somewhere, somehow. But my next question is, I would say there's a vacuum or a gap between these smallholders and these ones in the agribusiness of this cannabis. And now, what measures are in place? Because when I say measures or policies, I don't know which one. What is in place to make sure that these smallholders are not actually, what's the word? They are not actually used by these big role players, because I foresee people who are legal, licensed, producing and exporting, and the exploitation of these guys. Meanwhile, they are in the face of saying, I'm actually cultivating and exporting, but actually it's my mother and my sister there in rural Zimbabwe that is actually supplying this guy illegally, but then this guy is exploiting these guys.
Okay. No, thank you so much. Those are very important questions. So in terms of legal status, like I indicated, there's one element that is legal, that is used for legal for every other daily use and production and trade without the. So that's the I think that's the issue. So in terms of relationship with South Africa, I think here in South Africa, my understanding is that you may be at the moment having a similar situation like what we have in Zimbabwe. Because you here say that you can produce privately or in your own house for your private purposes, but most of the people, for example, the ones we are talking about, for example, ZTN or Pondoland, they are not producing within the house, they are producing, and they just want, so they are still illegal, those ones, just like in Zimbabwe. So, and currently, it is actually from South Africa, it's moving from South Africa to Zimbabwe, because Zimbabwe doesn't have, their production doesn't satisfy their market. So hence they are importing a lot. And then, yes, I think the point you are highlighting is very important about these measures that putting measures that safeguard these smallholders to make sure that they are not being used. For example, a big player going to source from the smallholders and come and say, I produced it. So those, I think that's part of what maybe the authorities are afraid of and trying to do, but in a way, they do it very badly, in a way that at the end they decide to shut down the smallholders. So I think for me, and what we are trying to say here is that the solution basically is not to safeguard that the big players produce without going to outsource from there. But we are saying that these smallholders, they are actually players in themselves, and they need also to be given space to produce. Whether what we imagine is what maybe we have in the tobacco industry, where we have even subcontracting and then big players going to source from smallholders. I think that's another level where we need to think about that, which is not bad. It's happening in tobacco, and the tobacco farmers are not complaining that we are going to sell maybe to the tobacco boards, tobacco floors, and the like, which are controlled by big players, but they are producing. But in the case of cannabis right now, they are not producing. They are being shut out and say, okay, whatever you are doing is illegal, and when we see you doing that, we'll deal with you. And that in itself is not working also. But also it's problematic in the sense that you are clamping down on the livelihoods of other people. I think that for the sake of time, that will be our last question. And thank you so much, colleagues.
So thanks, Clemens. We are going to have a break quickly for a few minutes, and then we'll come back and do the last presentations. Yeah, there's some snacks outside, coffee and tea, and yeah, it would be like 10 minutes max.
Even when I look there now, nothing touches about 15,000 dollars. How much is that? Not even a price.
Just tech issues as always, and we'll get going as soon as we figure out how the technology works. So the next presenter will be Neil, who focuses on Kenya and East Africa. He'll be presenting via Zoom. So we just need to make Zoom.
Hi there, everyone. I'll just try screen sharing. Does that sound okay volume-wise, Simon?
Yeah, thank you. That's perfect.
Oh, nice one. I'll just get the can you all see my slides? Is that okay?
Yeah, we can. Thank you.
Oh, brilliant. I'll just get some notes up. 1 second. There we go. Should be. Shall I go ahead then, Simon?
Please, thank you.
Oh, brilliant stuff. Yeah. I'll share my video. Sorry, I'm not sharing my video as well. Let's go back to start video. There we go. I'll go back a slide if I can. I seem to have jumped on. Hold on 1 second. I'll start share again. Get that. I've done this so many times, but I always struggle to do this as well. There we go. I think back at the start. So I hope everyone's hearing me okay, and really nice to be zooming in from what's a very wet Bristol, a wet and cold Bristol. So I hope Gannett and Clemens can enjoy a bit of sunshine before they come home. But really, really lovely to be here. And I'm just going to give a quick outline really of what we've been doing on the Kenyan side of the research project, the Cannabis Africana research project. But I'm joined, very, very happy to be joined by my good friend and colleague, Gordon Amenya from Kenyatta University, who's a research partner on the project as well. And really, we've been conducting the Kenyan research together. So yeah, just to give a quick overview of what we've been doing and where we've been up to. And obviously, like with the rest of the project, you know, we have been pushed back a little bit because of COVID. So it's only really from the summer onwards when we've been able to get from July, sorry, the British summer, but it's only been from July when we've been able to really make some headway in terms of actual direct research and fieldwork within Kenya. And you know, before that, have been working on quite a bit of archival research and other elements such as that. But it's, and you know, as well as getting the research permit and ethical clearance on the Kenyan side of things as well. So yeah, this is where we got to in July, and Gordon and I set out to do some research in July, and Gordon's going to tell a little bit more about that in a moment or two if the technology works okay. But just to give a quick overview of why Kenya is quite interesting, I think, you know, alongside the other case studies that we've case study countries that we're working on in the wider project. But partly this, you know, Kenya does have quite a very historical link to the use of cannabis. So going back, you know, centuries, especially through sort of Indian Ocean connections, which are really, really interesting, I think, in relation to wider cultures of consumption and production of cannabis. But ethnographically and in the kind of historical ethnography, you can see quite a lot of you know, important cultures of consumption in Kenya, especially it seems to be in the more western Kenya region, you know, around Lake Victoria, which is where Gordon and I have mainly been working. So there's really interesting dynamics there, really interesting kind of history of policy in relation to cannabis in Kenya as well, you know, very much linked to a colonial history as well, and can really elaborate on that a little bit if in questions if people are interested. but yeah, it was very, very interesting at the moment, like the current dynamics. So, you know, in terms of where Kenya is in terms of policy and how the debate about cannabis is really ratcheting up, really getting quite strong. And partly, you know, kind of linked to ideas of livelihoods, ideas of development, ideas of the Kenyan economy and how to, you know, how to help it in terms of like the debt that the Kenyan economy faces and things like this. And really interesting, probably quite a lot of you, I know we've got some Kenyan colleagues as well, I think, joining us today, but probably a lot of you were heard the story of this guy who's on the current slide, Wajakoya, who really made quite an impact in the, certainly in terms of debate in the recent Kenyan elections, you know, standing as a candidate for president of Kenya and running on a policy of, you know, kind of liberalizing policy towards cannabis so that cannabis could be used as a, you know, way of helping the economic uplift of Kenya. So when Gordon and I were going to do our research, it was really, really interesting, actually, because of, you know, this kind of research, this kind of policy debate that Wajakoya and his campaign had really put into the spotlight. And yeah, this was the kind of context of this debate around cannabis where Gordon and I entered into to doing our research, myself in July with Gordon, and then Gordon subsequently a bit later. So I think I'll hand over now to Gordon, if that's all right, to tell us a little bit about what we were finding in the research we were doing over in July and August. Gordon, are you able to join us?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you, Gordon. Or I can.
Okay, thank you so much. I just want to go straight to what we've been doing in terms of, you know, where the project was focused. And as Neil said, of course, this project was basically carried out. It's actually being carried out in the western part of Kenya, and most likely in areas around Kisumu and Luanda. Luanda is very special to us because it's a place that is actually known for, it's a place that is known for consumption of ban. So you find around in Luanda, people, of course, you know, there are people who, mostly young guys, young people, and even old people who are actually engage in the trade of ban. But apart from that, of course, if you leave alone Luanda, you know, there are also other counties in Kenya, in areas such as Migori, where we find a large consumption and even production of sativa cannabis. And what is emerging basically is that in our last trip, in the first trip, of course, that Neil was here, we tried to build up contacts for this research, because, as you know, Kenya is in Kenya, cannabis sativa is not legalized. So we were trying to, you know, create contacts, and of course the approach, of course, that we were using is something that, of course, we shall discuss in the afternoon. But what is emerging is that what is emerging. Sorry. Yeah. So what is emerging is that there's a very good and interesting outcome, in the sense that this cannabis, of course, is being imported. You know, there's this very interesting dynamic around the import trade, especially from Tanzania, Ethiopia, and also from Uganda.
Oh, I think we were getting double Gordon with one of your speakers on, Gordon.
Is it okay now?
Perfect.
Yeah. So in terms of our early findings, of course, there are interesting dynamics because of the fact that there's a lot of import, of course, import trade, of course, of cannabis sativas from Tanzania and from Ethiopia and also from Uganda.
I think Gordon has frozen there, I'm afraid. Can you still hear me, Simon?
Yeah, we can still hear you, thanks.
Yeah. Oh, maybe we'll kind of wrap things up. I think, you know, Gordon was talking about like the dynamics we were seeing with the cross-border trade. And I think one thing we were very interested in is how Kenya seems to be much more of an importing country, you know, obtaining cannabis from Ethiopia, from Tanzania. So we are very much looking at this, and kind of in the next round of research, we do hope to get more into the production side. But it does appear that from what our initial findings, you know, Kenya is much more reliant on cannabis coming from Tanzania and Ethiopia as well. So yeah, I think we should probably leave it there to give some chance for questions, I think.
Okay.
Thanks, Neil. By virtue of time, we're just going to do both presentations now, and then we'll have a question session for both presentations after that. That's okay. Cool, thanks. So then we'll move on to West Africa and back onto the physical presentations. Thank you. Thank you.
So we tried to keep that quite short. I briefly will talk about the Nigerian context. I should say this, again, is a study that involves many people. So it's myself and Ediomo Ubong Nelson, who is based at CRISA, a Center for Research and Information on substance abuse in Africa, based in Nigeria, as well as our colleague Janet Ogundairo, who might be online, I'm not totally sure, who is based at the University of Ibadan. So we three have been working on this aspect of the project in Nigeria. And as I said before, this is southwestern Nigeria. It's quite a special place in a way, because it used to be called, and still is called, the cocoa belt of Nigeria. So one of the major production centers of cocoa in history, not so much anymore. Now it's Ghana and Ivory Coast that are the major producers of cocoa. But in the past, before oil and all these things, that was the area where cocoa was produced. And the cocoa is still produced there. Actually, as part of our work, we often work sort of with cocoa farmers and people growing cannabis in the context of cocoa. So we can talk about that as well a little bit. But what I wanted to talk about very briefly before Ediomo talks about the sort of the cannabis livelihoods, the preliminary findings that we have had, is why Nigeria and what's special about Nigeria. You know, Nigeria is a big place. It's a big country, and it's, by some measures, one of the biggest cannabis markets. Maybe just because of the scale of the population. Whereas it's very difficult to really make those statements based on reliable evidence, as we said, because we don't really have that evidence. So actually, very recently, the UNODC sponsored two things, actually with the involvement of CRISA as well. We did a household survey, which was very new in Nigeria, at least, to actually find out how many people are using drugs. And I think that the figure was about 10% of the population was actually sort of using cannabis based on this household service. So it's a big market, 210 million plus Nigerians. So it's a large consumer market for cannabis, obviously, if not the biggest one on the continent. In terms of how much is actually produced, that's actually very difficult. The UNODC recently tried an aerial survey. They haven't done that in any African country, as far as I know. It's the first one they did. It's not a very reliable source either, because what they do is they do sort of random flights across parts of especially the southwestern Nigeria, to find out how much cannabis production actually there is. It's often not that easy to identify as well. So they identify by how much there's actually been burned down sort of after cannabis was produced. So anyway, they saw that a lot of those areas that we are studying in the southwest, at least that they surveyed, are actually producing cannabis. There's some ethical issues here as well, because the law enforcers were in some ways linked to that as well. So when they actually do scan those areas, would that mean the next step is then that people would go out to eradicate cannabis? Because the context is that cannabis is completely illegal in Nigeria. Okay, so it's the same situation as in Kenya. The use, production, trade is all criminalized. And there's very little distinction between different types of market and actually different kinds of drugs. Nigeria is probably special in a way because it has quite, how would you say that? It has similar laws to other places on the continent, but it has a history of actually implementing some of those laws, especially since the mid-1980s, throughout most of the 90s, when some military regimes, especially under Buhari, when he was current president, when he was a military government, a military ruler at the time, and Abacha during the 90s, when he actually declared drug wars and really cracked down on those drugs. And the drug that was most the main target was actually cannabis, because it is and was so widespread. So it is a country that has quite a repressive policy that's actually implemented, which makes it different maybe from other countries. An agency that is very, very, how do you call that, centralizing drug policy. It's called the NDLEA, and that doesn't just do interdiction, but also prosecution. It does supposedly treatment as well, although it doesn't have the capacity. So a very centralized policy framework that we are dealing with. In that sense, quite special, really on the repressive end of the spectrum, probably to some degree. And in terms of debate, if we, when I listen to you guys talking about the South African debate or debates in South Africa about change, or even in Kenya, I think there's much less of that actually. In part, and that's what my past research actually showed, is because that agency is so dominant in the national framework that it has been able to dominate even the debate about cannabis liberalization. It's a very strong player. So whenever, like in 2000, in 2021, there was a minor debate about cannabis liberalization, which was sort of started by one of the governors in the Southwest. And this was very soon sort of shut down by government agents, by these government agencies, the NDLEA, which sort of disagreed with that.
We have a hacker.
Okay, let's put in the corner down here. So anyway, that makes Nigeria, I think, special. The size of the market, even though we don't really know what the exact scale is, but it's just a huge country. It is not just it produces cannabis on a large scale, especially in the southwestern Cocoa Belt. It is a history of quite repressive policy and a debate that even, it exists. There's people talking about cannabis policy reform, but not in that kind of context like we are talking about here in the South African context, for example, or in Southern Africa. I think so that, in a sense, makes it a bit different. It makes it also different in terms of collecting data, but we can talk about that in the afternoon. It's very hard to actually speak to cannabis farmers. It might not be like it is in maybe in South Africa, where it's easy to identify people that, and because farmers might have representatives. We don't have that in a Nigerian context. People have to be very careful not to identify themselves, and we have to be very careful as well, obviously. But still, we have managed to talk to quite a few farmers and transporters in our first stage of research. And I think in part it's because it's just so widespread, I mean, it is just, if you manage to have the trust in one community, gain the trust into one community, you have the possibility to talk to people. So we've talked to quite a few farmers, transporters, especially in the Southwest, as well as dealers, and Idioma actually has worked extensively on users and dealers in Nigeria outside our project, so he knows much more about that. And what we have found up till now is that there's a diverse type of cannabis production. So it's not just one type of smallholders, but there's actually people doing it on a very small scale, sometimes just for their personal use to some degree. People running it as on their own farms, so in addition to cocoa, for example, as a way to diversify. But also you have got big players who have been doing that historically since the 1950s and 60s, and that have sort of passed this knowledge from generation to generation. And I think Idioma might want to talk more about these kind of early ideas that we have come across in that.
Thank you, Janet. So I'll just share snapshots of our findings so far. All we've done is to do the interviews, and we've not really begun to analyze the data. So, but there are some major highlights which I will quickly mention. Janet has already talked about the historicity of cannabis cultivation in Nigeria. At least we found evidence that at least since the 1960s, cannabis have been produced in Nigeria, but it has slowly expanded over the years, and it's concentrated in the southwestern, part of the country. And we've also found something similar to what Clemens talked about, that you cannot separate cannabis cultivation from, livelihood activities, especially of the local people. So it has to be seen within the context of, the socioeconomic conditions in Nigeria. We also found, I think Janet has also mentioned that, an overlap between cannabis farming and the production of cocoa and other food crops. Sometimes cocoa farmers, we've found in some cases, would turn to cannabis cultivation because, it's more lucrative. Sometimes cannabis farmers engage in the cultivation of other crops like cocoa, partly, to conceal cannabis production. We also noticed in terms of perception of the cannabis farming, trade and all that, there's something of a continuum. On the one end, you find some relative acceptance, especially among the market actors themselves. Those involved in the cultivation, in the trade, tend not to see, it in a negative light. But those, as you, begin to move outside the market space, you find increasingly, negative perception of cannabis farming. So it can be, little tricky to deal with. You have to keep monitoring, attitudes and perceptions as you deal with, people who participate in this economy. And there's also variation in locations. We found in one of the communities where we did some extensive work in your state, we found, somewhat favorable attitude towards cannabis farming. But then we went to another community that is predominantly involved in cocoa cultivation. But there's also indications of cannabis farming there. We found almost complete denial of, the existence of cannabis cultivation there. We also found that there's some collusion between, law enforcement officials and cannabis farmers. So there are situations where farmers, remit a certain percentage of what they generate from the activity to law enforcement agents, local law enforcement agents, who therefore act to protect them from interdiction. And there've also been cases of staged eradication where certain, farms are dedicated for that, basically to give the impression that law enforcement is doing something, but whereas cannabis cultivation activity is still ongoing. So basically, the legal environment doesn't pose a threat to cannabis cultivation in terms of elimination, but it does contribute to, stigma and marginalization. And it creates a space where law enforcement agents can, extort those who are involved in cannabis production and, of course, distribution. So I think it is this other aspect of this unintended more aspect of law enforcement that is a more potent threat than actual criminalization. And lastly, I just want to mention that it seems that women, are only marginally, that's what we're seeing. I mean, we've not spoken to many women yet, so we cannot conclude. But they seem to play a marginal, role, the cannabis generally, mostly in the retail distribution sector. But we will see what happens as we speak to more women who are involved. So that's just in a snapshot what we are seeing from the interviews.
Thank you. So shall we go straight to questions for, this session is supposed to finish at 12, but we are running slightly late. So let's take some questions and then see how it goes, because the next session will start at 2, starting with Keith, and then we'll go to online ones and then carry on.
Yeah, thanks, Simon. Just for the panel, bearing in mind that in South Africa, our cannabis laws, which have decriminalized the use of cannabis for private consumption, they were not a political decision. It was a decision made by the courts. And in fact, the ruling party opposed the case. I mean, this was initially a case by 2 private citizens against the state, and they won it eventually. And the Department of Justice opposed it all the way through. So bearing in mind what happened here, can I just ask, in those Zim, Nigeria and Kenya, is there any opportunity in terms of their laws and their constitution that would enable individuals or organizations to do a similar thing, is work it through the courts to get it decriminalized? Is there any chance of that happening? Because that's happened in other countries like Georgia, the country of Georgia. That was a Supreme Court ruling there, legalized it.
I just quickly just come in there with a correction. Cannabis has not been decriminalized in South Africa yet. It's still criminalized. That was a constitutional court ruling forcing government to change the laws to decriminalize it. But that has not been done yet. That is the whole issue in South Africa. It's still criminalized. So the interpretation of the police and the courts, it guides them towards decriminalization now, but it's still criminalized. But it would be interesting to look at the constitutions in the other country and see if there is opportunity to open up. It will probably not be found under privacy, but maybe under other guidelines. Yeah, interesting.
Are you aware of anything like that?
Zimbabwe, they're about to take the government to court the same way we did it here, essentially. That I'm aware of, at least. But there's this guy doing, I can't remember his name. But they're taking the court, essentially the court process or pathway that we took. It's about to begin soon, the next month or two.
As far as I know, in Nigeria in 2021, there were some lawmakers who were proposing changes. So that's not through the courts, that's through the parliament, basically. They discussed, very similar to the Zimbabwean case, maybe not is for production for commercial and export purposes, because as soon as you talk about making this available to users in Nigeria, then it would be totally opposed. So but not on any human rights or any court-based decisions I've heard. Actually, what happened in 2021, they were talking about it in parliamentary circles, and very soon the law enforcement, so NDLEA, came with their counter proposal, which they pushed for, which is now asking for actually stricter penalties again for cannabis. So so there's a push towards more mandatory sentences for certain things. So actually, yeah, I don't know. I'm not a lawyer to actually know these kind of details, but I almost couldn't imagine it in Nigeria. But maybe you couldn't imagine it in South Africa either before that ruling went through. So I don't know also if it depends on the constitution, you know, the South African one being conceived very recently in terms of, you know, I don't know the Zimbabwean one, how that works. But I from my own experience, I can't almost imagine that to happen because there's so much, as soon as there's a little bit of discussion of liberalizing, you will have the backlash really coming.
We've got that backlash while it goes through Parliament. The Parliamentary Committee has been led by the Department of Justice, which has opposed virtually any suggestions, and they try to keep the laws very similar to what they were. So there you've got the political, well, that's changing now, but anyway, that was the situation.
Role, but more the Nigerian theater itself. So it's the Nigerian, how do you say that? NDLEA, for example, uses the DEA for its own purposes. So they would say, oh, they have, you know, we have great links to them, we get their cars, but just to play their own domestic games, which often are about resources, getting more funds from the central government. And in terms of cannabis, Yeah, there is actually, I don't know if you think there's any big international players sort of influencing Nigerian policy. I don't see too much of that happening. But anyway, so the international players are important, but I think they're often, I would say, used by domestic actors to play their own power games. I think that's what I have seen. I think that the cut issue, I think is better to leave to Neil. In terms of a good model or a better model of how to deal with cannabis, we mention Morocco. Morocco is a kind of model that hasn't been implemented yet. So maybe that's why it's a good model. We don't yet know what it looks like in reality, but it's a model that has space for smallholders actually. So where I think smallholders can produce and then sell to something like a marketing board or a kind of state board. So they don't get totally sidelined in the legal market. Setup makes them actually more vulnerable to state extortion. I think that's what Ediomo said, because they're not being regulated. And I think maybe that links to that first point from Clemens as well. I think the point in the debate in Nigeria is often as well, you know, cannabis does have its benefits for livelihoods. I think I still need to answer, or we need to answer how it affects it, but it does have also some risks, some problems. You know, all kinds of substances have that. But I think sometimes it's not so easy to say what. Often all the problematic things in policy discourse gets assigned to the substance rather than the policy. The fact that children will actually use cannabis and might have some negative effects, is that the fault of the substance, or is it that there's no policy that actually regulates and allows access to those kind of substances like you would have with alcohol, you know, which should not be used by kids under 18 and things like that. So I think so that was the question here, I think, about where does so there's obviously, I think most of the campaigners, even for liberalization, they still agree there's some dangers to using cannabis. But I think they would say that the policy actually creates or exacerbates.
Definitely want to. Cannabis, from the interviews we've conducted so far, most of the people who are involved in farming took to it basically in their own words to generate income, to be able to provide for themselves and their families. So in that case, there's a direct link between cannabis farming and livelihoods. And we've seen cases of graduates who had gone for youth service in other parts of the country and returned because they couldn't get, more meaningful employment opportunities where they were. So they returned back to the village to take part in cannabis production, and they've been able to support themselves. Some have built houses, support their children through school, feed their family.
Sierra Leone, Ghana, actually, in terms of harm reduction, they sort of moved towards some change there. Also, cannabis, I think, but they had some legal problems there, actually, so it was backtracking. And so it's, I don't know. I mean, most of the people I speak to from civil society in Nigeria that do want some change, they are not very optimistic. So my own interpretation is it's that agency was institutionalized. It actually started in the 1960s when there was only an anti-cannabis Indian hemp decree, which sort of linked cannabis to madness and linked it to social disorder, all kinds of things. And in the 1980s, when the system was set up with that agency, it sort of really started to centralize powers. And it's just very difficult to see how that will change, sadly. But I agree that with Ediomo to some degree, that I think there might actually, even though the farmers tell us they would love to see legalization, when we ask them, they ask for policy reform because they feel stigmatized, they feel criminalized at the end. They are basically really vulnerable in some ways. The police or law enforcement can turn up anytime and put them in jail, even for possession. Right? The penalties are very severe. But I think when you have this debate last year was all about big corporations coming in. It was sort of kick-started by one of the governors in the Southwest. But we also did the research, and it was all about producing cannabis on a big scale to reap the benefits to export. And I don't see, there was no mention of any kind of people that are currently growing it. They didn't exist. So you said yeah, I'm not sure if they would actually benefit. So not very upbeat assessment.
And even then, there were already concerns. One of the communities we did interviews, they were already concerned about losing their lands to government, because they were prospecting, to grow cannabis on a large scale, if regulation pulls through. So, and so it's, I don't know, but I really think that local farmers are better off, in the current space. They can still, it's really challenging. I'm not minimizing the challenge, but they can navigate, law enforcement, just like I've explained. And they are making a living, and the market is expanding because more and more people, seeking more reliable means of livelihood, resorting to it. But I think that they would endure a lot more suppression, if the market is regulated.
I find it interesting, that issue on livelihoods, because basically I think it will depend on your sample now to say what type of sample were you looking at, because we know the effect on education, children's education, on crimes like probably living households and unrest, gender-based violence. So many things are tied to that. And normally, if it affects the children at the school-going level, it normally is good. It would then mean their livelihoods are affected into adulthood. And I'm a bit worried about what is your sample like? Are you looking at this illegal person who is producing and the drug cartel and saying they are making money, therefore they are creating livelihoods? But at a community level, what is the effect? I think that's my major concern. Look at the broader community and say, what is the effect of this on this community? Because we cannot claim that if something benefits an individual in the whole country, then it's okay. It's like going to Mexico and saying, okay, the drug lords are okay, because they are making quite a lot of money.
I think there's a certain confusion there. I didn't get that. I think what you're looking at is more like the public health dimension, the wider social public health implication of cannabis regulation. But livelihood, in my understanding, was a little more restrictive in terms of the economic benefit to those who participate in the activity. So if we have that understanding, that then we would agree that for farmers, especially local farmers, the people involved in small scale distribution and all that, there is positive benefits for livelihood. But whether cannabis can be called to question for those problems that you are talking about is debatable, impact on children, because again and again, we've seen there are many young people who are using cannabis in very moderate and controlled ways and making it through school. It's, it's a small fraction that develop problem, and you cannot blame the problem entirely on their use of cannabis. You have to look at the policy and the legal environment within which they access and consume cannabis, and all the other scenarios that you raise. So I do not think that, yes, there are problems from cannabis use when you take a population level perspective, but that cannot be entirely blamed on the drug. You also have to look at the context and see, if we tinker with the context, can we minimize the problem. And because of that, we cannot, on that basis, totally overlook the positive impact of cannabis cultivation for those who are involved.
Do we still have time?
We have 5 minutes max.
Maybe let's do the last two questions and we try to answer them together. Sorry, I think that was this one was first.
Okay. Actually, I just wanted to ask you why you didn't widen your research to the north, like in Kano, Maiduguri, Katsina, and other states in the north. And another thing also, when it comes to a question, my brother there was talking about not at the moment that Nigeria will change. According to me, according to what I've observed, is that in Nigeria, it will never change as long as the military is still in charge. Majority of the people who are in charge of the country, they are military men. They just remove their uniform. Like Obasanjo, it's a military man. He killed a lot of people when he was in charge. But now he can be seen as that democratic, whatever leader. So that's why the civil society is suppressed and people, they cannot even breathe. So in Nigeria, there is no civil society can survive. I was there, I studied there. The suppression is so much in such a way that people are scared of anything.
We will answer that. Can we have your questions while we do it together?
It's actually more a response to your question and observation about drug use and the effects that it might have on communities. So there's quite a substantial body of literature on that, and the finding seems to lean towards socioeconomic problems aren't necessarily drivers of drug use, although there is a relationship there, right? But problematic drug use isn't necessarily it's not the drug itself that's necessarily the problem. It's more socioeconomic challenges that people face, and then they might turn to drugs and abuse drugs. Other people might use it more responsibly, and this is across the board. It's not just cannabis per se. So it's more of a systemic issue in terms of socioeconomic agency or lack thereof. That is a problem in the context of drugs, and it's just a common, I think, misconception that cannabis is going to drive these sorts of problems instead of maybe helping, because it does have a positive impact on socioeconomic situations for people as well. So it's a tool that can be utilized. But there is a lot of stigma attached to that because people hear drugs and they say, oh yeah, it's going to reinforce these negative behaviors. But yeah, there is a lot of literature that actually points to the contrary. So, anyway.
Okay. I think part of we had to take our cue from the UNODC survey that indicated that cannabis farming tends to be concentrated in the south western part of Nigeria. Cannabis farming happens everywhere in Nigeria, but you're looking at the scope of production, it's in the southwest, and it was, I think, a wise use of resources to focus on this thing. Or you've done some interviews in Abuja, right? And, yeah, and we're still thinking of doing some in the Delta State, which is a little more towards the southeast and that. But most of our work focuses on where the activities at the largest scale. And yeah, I think you're very right. The suppression of the civil society space in Nigeria is phenomenal, I would say, and it's historical. It's gone on for so long that I think it's serious organizing to resist, the state is sometimes has to be when people feel that it's really tough. I mean, thinking about it in the light of, what you said, it's really tough. And because of that, just like you said, it's really, really hard. It's not impossible. I think that will happen over time, but I think it might be a longer walk than what we've seen in other parts of
Africa. Well, thank you, everyone. I think we need to break for a lunchtime break. We will be doing a methodologies session in the afternoon from 2 to 5. So please join us for that. Yeah, and we can continue this conversation.
Research consultant at Vocal Kenya. We are based in Nairobi. I've been doing this since my postgraduate days, and I've interacted with a lot of programs implementing drug user focused initiatives in Kenya. So can I go ahead and just start?
Yes.
Am I able to share my screen?
You can share.
Well, it's not yet enabled, but I can just go ahead and probably share. So we have been doing a lot of research on the illicit economy, on drugs, on people who use drugs, on health, implemented programs in Kenya. And generally on methodology, we did research with the Global Initiative for Transnational Organized Crime between 2020 and 2022, that is 2 years now, and we were able to do phase 1 and phase 2. And we were collecting data on the drug market survey. We collected data across Kenya in 13 counties, that is from Mombasa, Kisumu, Busia, Nairobi, Lamu. And generally, Kenya has very porous borders, and we realized that cities close to the borders have a very high concentration of people who use drugs. And so we used clustered sampling to be able to reach every city. We realized that every town had different characteristics of people who use drugs. There were different types of drugs that were being sold. And so as we were working, one of our methodology was to partner with the local communities of people who use drugs. We have registered networks in Kenya of people who use drugs. They operate as NGOs. And so the partnership and collaboration means that we train the selected peers to be able to do this work. So the peer-based approach is very beneficial because when you collect data from people who use drugs, there's usually a lot of trauma stories. You hear, I was arrested, I was beaten, and of course you're working with sex workers and the trans community. In Kenya right now, there's a pattern that across the KP population, drug use is kind of a denominator. So when you go to the sex worker community, we have a focus group discussion. Which type of drug do they use? When do they use it? Are they used as transporters? Because we're also looking at transportation routes, the sellers. So we partnered with these local communities at the local level. We also had informers, and informers are people who were formerly in the business, for example, like people who owned boats and they transport along Lake Victoria, for example, in Lamu, in Mombasa. So we identify the specific communities that we were going to work with. Then we forged a partnership, and then now we were using a peer-based approach to collect the data. So we went ahead and trained the peer leaders so that they're able to dispense the questionnaire. They're able to translate in their mother tongue, for example, and still be able to get the information that we needed. We realized that collaborating with community members enabled them to open up. They are able to come to a level of trust with their peers, and then we're able to get very good information, especially when it comes to people who sell drugs. We used a lot of innovation, for example, voice recordings for anonymity. If somebody does not want to be seen, especially now for people who sell drugs, you cannot put a face outside there and tell them, okay, we've collected data from so and so, but you're able to have a recording of the voice during the interview. And then we also have, of course, the paperwork. So we used voice recording, we used videos for people who accepted to be on video. We took pictures for people who accepted to be taken pictures. But then we also made sure we had consent forms, which was read to them. For those who accepted, they were allowed to sign the consent form. If they decline, we just leave it at that. But the benefit, again, of partnering with community members is that a lot of these communities have gone through a lot of trauma. And sometimes you go to the field and you find out a case of opioid overdose. At that point, the peer workers are able to give referral and also follow up, as opposed to if it was me, Bernice, who went to collect data somewhere in Lamu. It is not within my means to help somebody going through an overdose, for example. In Busia also, we found cases of overdose. So it is easy when the peers are there because there's already a referral system, they're already working on it. And when you make use of peers, again, they are able to identify new members that are able to access the healthcare services. So we found that very beneficial. We also found a lot of cases that we had to deal with as staff, violence, trauma, and we realized that the training that we gave the peers when we were beginning really came in handy. So our role as Vocal was to capacity build the community members to be able to collect this data. And then, of course, we had different levels of data collection. We had the community level, then we had the policymakers level, and then, of course, we have the level of very high level policymakers like members of parliament or leaders of government departments. So the peer leaders were able to collect very sensitive information from the users, from the sellers, from the transporters. But then when it comes to policy level, then we are able to train our staff to go and be able to collect this information. So there are different levels of data gathering. We train different members of our society to be able to collect this information based on the information and experience that they have. So in Kenya, we are lucky to have a really, really informed community members. They are registered, they are legal. Most of them are already receiving funds. So training to collect data, capacity building is something that they've already gone through. Some of them are paralegals. They already know the law. And in the event of data collection and somebody is arrested, they are able to intervene. And we also have a referral system. So issues of ethics, apart from consent forms, of course, we had anonymity. We were also paying, we were reimbursing people for their time. And this one brought issues because people are asking, you are paying drug users. Don't you think you are abetting drug use? But it was during COVID and a lot of families were going hungry. So we were able to justify our way out of it. So it is not easy to collect data on illicit market. There's a lot of secrecy. We used a lot of informers. Even the payment methods, we were just using cash. You cannot use any money trail using the mobile money service. So it brings in a lot of mixed method approach, focus group discussions, and just looking at your environment really and what can work for you that is ethically allowed. Otherwise, the participation of community members, different levels of, stakeholders, the police, the transport sector. You just bring them on board and then we train them and then we enable them to collect the data. There were a lot of challenges, of course. One of them was being followed up by security. We were not able to share our results until a while because some of the sellers felt really, really threatened. We were also doing a lab component. It took us time because, again, we had to be anonymous. We were using a government lab, a lot of anonymity. But at the end of the day, it's your networks. Of course, they want to help. They know it's important. But are they ready to help? In Kenya, drug use is highly criminalized. Drug users are highly criminalized. So anybody working with drug users, the first time they look at you, somebody will ask you, are you a seller? Are you benefiting from it? So the challenges are there, but we have to collect the data and we've managed to do that over time. Thank you. I will take questions if they are there.
Thank you so much, Bernice. We will move to Patrick's presentation and then after that Q&A. Welcome, Patrick.
Hi, everyone. I've got a few slides, so I'm just going to share my screen.
Okay.
Okay, hi everyone, and yeah, thank you very much for inviting me to share some reflections. So my name's Patrick Mee and I'm based at SOAS in London. And for the last 5 years, I've been part of a big research project called Drugs and Disorder, which has been conducting research on drug issues in borderland regions of Afghanistan, Colombia, and Myanmar. And my own research background is predominantly on Southeast Asia and Myanmar, and within this project, I led the Myanmar research team. So what I want to do briefly in the time that I have here is to offer some sort of insights and reflections of the work that we've done over the last 5 years on drug issues in Myanmar, to contribute to this discussion around issues around research methods and ethics. So within the project, our work was focusing particularly on borderland areas of Kachin State and Shan State, which shared borders with China, Thailand, and Laos. And the project was operationalized through strong partnerships with research organizations based in these regions of Myanmar. And these are areas of long-standing armed conflict, which has obviously got significantly worse over the last couple of years since the military coup that took place in Myanmar in February 2021. So one of the challenges that we faced on this project was not only the issue around researching very sensitive issues around drugs, but also the challenges of working in areas that were very conflict affected and in which there's very strong links between the drug trade and various armed organizations, both state and non-state. And within this context as well, there were multiple types of drugs. It's a region of long-standing opium production, much of which is converted into heroin, and has also become the epicenter of mass production of synthetic drugs, methamphetamines. And one of the particularly challenging issues within this work, which I'm going to come on to in a moment, is that it was not only a region of high levels of drug production, but that also overlapped with increasing concerns around rising levels of drug use and drug-related harms locally. And these concerns around drug use have become kind of the focus of a number of quite large-scale anti-drug movements in this region. And within the project, we were interested in partly trying to understand the drug trade itself in terms of issues around drug production, trafficking, and drug use, but primarily to use that as a lens for understanding wider processes of political, economic, and social change in these regions. And in terms of the research methods that we deployed for this, the project was 4 years initially, so we had space for multiple rounds of fieldwork. So the first round of fieldwork was quite a broad scoping study. So this was a large set of interviews across a wide region of Shan and Kachin State, which was to try and get a sense of key issues that were coming out of the fieldwork that would then guide later, more detailed rounds of fieldwork. And that was then followed up by subsequent rounds of in-depth interviews. And a lot of this was focused on utilizing research partner organizations' networks. That a lot of these areas are regions of very significant ethnic and linguistic diversity. And a lot of the research we did was very dependent on the extensive networks across regions controlled by different armed groups, different languages, that the research partner organizations enabled us to access. At the same time as that, that obviously also required an awareness of where our partners' research networks were strong, and also areas that they couldn't access. There were some sort of conflict areas, some areas controlled by armed organizations of other ethnic organizations that our partners didn't have access to. So it was being mindful of sort of the strengths, but also the silences within the work that we were developing, and making sure that within the research findings that we presented, that we were aware of kind of those silences as well. And I'll come on to these other issues in a minute. And then a key part of the research that we then did was a series of detailed life stories. This came kind of later on in the program, often with people that the partner organizations have built up trust with over the previous years of research. And this provided a kind of very powerful set of interviews with people, a lot of people who were using drugs, also some who've been involved in drug cultivation, drug trading, or people who had been affected more indirectly, whose family members had been affected, whether they'd been kind of imprisoned for drug use or had experienced kind of significant issues around addiction and the effect that that had had on families. And that also had some issues, which I think links with what Bernice was saying earlier, that obviously some of the challenges around that was how to manage those interviews when often they bring up very sensitive issues, but also issues of trauma, and trying to reflect on how the partners were able to manage that in terms of providing support for people who were then at risk of sort of reliving some of the issues around drug use and the violence that had surrounded that. I won't go through these next slides in any depth because we don't have time, and I want to focus on the kind of the reflections about the methods. But in terms of the project itself, we were interested in looking at the relationship between drugs and wider processes of development. Drug producing regions in Myanmar have been increasingly integrated into global economies of a whole array of sort of agricultural commodities and mining commodities, and we're interested in understanding how drugs fitted in that story. And also how drugs have become part of systems of borderland rule, that the drug trade had become very much embedded in local informal elite bargains that were a way of trying to stabilize conflict in very contested regions. And often you had various armed organizations, local militias, military units, who were making informal agreements around who was able to operate in the drug trade, who was able to launder money, have legal business opportunities. And then, like I said, a big focus of our work was also trying to understand the increasing impact of drug use. That historically there hadn't been significant levels of drug use or drug harms in this region, but the increasing prevalence of heroin use, the sort of associated issues around HIV/AIDS, and also high levels of methamphetamine use had created a lot of concern locally around the impact that that was having. And part of that was then understanding the responses to these issues and the kinds of local responses conducted by families and communities, and then also wider social movements that were responding to these issues. And as we went through the project, I think it raised a number of important sort of methodological challenges and challenges around the ethics of the work, which I'll come on to in a minute. I think the first issue that we were very careful to try to manage is that when you're designing these projects, you're obviously driven by a set of kind of research questions and issues that you're interested to learn more about. but it's constantly trying to make sure that you're not simply transferring the risk of these projects onto local partners, who are the ones who are often having to lead the research locally. So it was making sure that the research design and the planning was done as equitably as possible, and that involved partner organizations right from the initial sort of funding proposal all the way through, to make sure that there wasn't a sort of unrealistic and unsafe risk transfer to local partners. And also to make sure that partners were confident enough to highlight concerns where they thought that this research wasn't going to be possible. So to ensure that they didn't feel that there was pressure to deliver research that was unfeasible or unsafe in order to maintain funding. Like I said, one of the very significant issues within our project was that this was a very sort of unstable and rapidly changing environment. So as much as we made sort of annual research plans, a lot of that was then subject to quite sudden changes depending on where there were conflict flare-ups. And I think another challenge that we faced was how to manage this issue between breadth versus depth. That, you know, in many ways, our whole project was trying to understand how drugs were embedded within a whole array of wider social, political, and economic issues within this region. But that also required some challenges about where you draw the lines around that research, because otherwise it almost becomes a research project on everything that is happening in these areas, because you can't really separate out the drug trade from all of these wider issues, whether it's the armed conflict, processes of economic development and investment, wider social changes. So we were keen to make sure that it wasn't a project just on the drug trade itself. We weren't only interested in how the drug trade was structured, and, you know, issues around cost and prices that farmers were getting. It was much more trying to embed this within the society in which it was operating. But that then created challenges around, how you then manage the breadth of how wide this project became. I think there was also kind of issues around managing informality, that, you know, the partners had some amazing research networks in these areas, to the point where they were able to do very in-depth interviews with, say, key militia leaders in these areas whose organizations were quite heavily involved in drugs. But obviously a lot of that then came with a degree of informality, that these organizations did not necessarily want to be, well, definitely didn't want to be named in the research, but didn't necessarily even want to have their interviews recorded. So it was an issue around how you got incredibly useful information to understand drug issues in this area versus trying to kind of maintain best practices around collecting research and managing that. And I think that links to the final point here, that a big focus of our project was really to try to build more robust data sets around drug issues in the 3 countries that we were working on. So we worked with an amazing data manager who really did a lot of training with all of us, both in the UK and in the countries we were working, around data security, data management. But it was a learning curve for us about how vast amount of time commitment the transcription work comes in. Like we collected hundreds of interviews through this project, but that had a colossal impact in terms of managing the transcription time around that, especially for local partners. And so they were kind of, that was another issue that we reflected on as we went through this project. And then I think my final slide before I hand back was just reflecting on some of the ethical issues that came up around doing research on drug issues within Myanmar. And I think the first one of these was that we always had to be very mindful that the research was very much dependent on working with the organizations within Kachin State and Shan State where we were operating. But for these partner organizations, drug issues were part of their everyday life. You know, whether that was family members who've been affected by drug issues, people within the organizations who knew close friends who had these issues, around whether that was being imprisoned for drug issues, whether it was for struggling to deal with issues around drug use. So it was sort of always trying to make sure that we remembered and dealt with the fact that partner organizations were operating in contexts where drug issues were very much part of their everyday experiences. And another key issue that came up that I think was particularly prevalent in Myanmar compared to Afghanistan and Colombia was that there were very significant tensions locally around drug issues. That on the one hand, opium was absolutely vital to local livelihoods, especially some of the poorest livelihoods. But at the same time, worsening levels of drug use had become a very major societal concern. So I think in a lot of other contexts, we think around drug issues often being officially illegal, but often licit in that they have a degree of social support and acceptance because of the role they play in local livelihoods, which was certainly the case in Afghanistan and Colombia. In Myanmar, that narrative was problematized by the fact that there was a lot of tensions locally because of the issues of drug use. And some of that was then targeted to farmers who were reliant on growing opium for their livelihoods. And this goes into the next point, which was, again, that a key aim of our project was to try to sort of engage and magnify marginalized voices who often haven't been part of discussions around policymaking and drug issues. But it was also being aware that these voices were not in unison in the areas where we worked. And often they raise very complex, contradictory and challenging narratives around drug issues, whether that was the sort of the relative importance of the individual and providing support to individuals versus the impact that drug issues were having on communities and society as a whole. And there were also significant issues around managing informed consent. That this was obviously a key part of the project, but we were working in a context where written consent forms raised an awful lot of anxiety and concerns in a system of very authoritarian state rule, where people were very reluctant to put their name onto a piece of paperwork that could then link them to this kind of project, because this is sort of the kind of way often that the state tries to oversee populations through a whole array of different sort of administrative processes and paperwork. So it was trying to make sure that we found ways of gaining informed consent, but not through systems of written consent forms and the concerns that that raised. And throughout the project, especially in the Myanmar work, one of the key ethical commitments within the project wasn't only about collecting the research, but was about maintaining relationships with the communities where we were working with and the people who'd given up their time to be part of this research, and having a sort of sustained commitment to local engagement. And that was often about exploring opportunities for positive engagement and change locally. And it required us to think around what we mean by policy making, that, you know, there was very little scope at all in this project to influence the Myanmar state, you know, this highly authoritarian military controlled organization. But at the same time, there was a lot of scope for engaging with a whole array of local civil society organizations, local social movements who had been, you know, trying to mobilize responses to drug issues, some of which were quite problematic in the way that they were trying to manage people who use drugs. And so it was a way of trying to influence those local forms of policy change within a context where the national and even in the international context was very difficult. But I'll finish there.
Thank you so much, Patrick. Thank you so much, Patrick and Bernice, for the presentations. We can open the floor for question and answer or any points of clarity. So you can just show by raising your hand. Yes.
Thanks for the presentations. I'm just interested to know whether either the researchers used religious organizations to help them gain access to the communities, whether it's Muslim or Christian or whatever, and if so, whether the religious organizations were helpful or not, or actually obstructive, because we know that you know, fairly conservative religions generally tend to be anti-drugs. So I didn't see anything on the slides, I might have missed it, but if they could elaborate, if they used them or if they didn't, and if they did, whether they were helpful or obstructive.
Okay, did you hear the question? Can you hear the questions from that side? Okay, thanks, Patrick, and then we go to Bernice.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, it's a really good question, and it varied in the regions where we were working. So within Shan State, most of our work was through youth organizations and other civil society groups. So the sort of the Buddhist kind of networks were not a particularly key part of how we engaged with local communities, but it was very different in Kachin State, where Christianity is the dominant religion, which is sort of a legacy of sort of kind of conversions during the British colonial period. But there is a vast network through rural Kachin State of church groups of lots of different denominations, actually, sort of Catholic, Baptist, other non-conformist groups, and they were really key networks for us as a project, and especially for the partner organization, as a way of gaining access to communities, especially outside of sort of the main towns and cities. And it was also because the churches had really been the only kinds of organizations who were trying to provide any kind of response to drug issues in these areas, that there was almost no state response at all, very, very, very few state services in terms of treatment or support services or welfare for families affected by drug issues. So the church had become a kind of really important kind of focal point for people who were wanting to try and do something in response to drug issues, and also for families who've been affected by drug issues, had reached out to the church to try to get support. But at the same time, a lot of those responses were quite complicated and quite problematic in some ways. And I think this was something we've tried to manage within the project, in that, you know, in a context like Myanmar, where there is no social welfare service at all, you've got to try and engage and harness whatever local support networks there are. And the church was a really important aspect of that. But at the same time, a lot of the way that the church was responding to drug issues was through sometimes sort of incarcerating people who use drugs, having sort of quite non-medical responses to drug addiction in terms of trying to support people going through withdrawal, through sort of religious teachings around that. And there was an awful lot of tensions between international harm reduction organizations who'd moved into Kachin State and these local community-based responses. And I probably don't have time to get into a lot of that, but there were a whole array of issues around that. And I think it was partly because the international harm reduction organizations saw the local responses as very problematic in the way that they were, you know, providing services and treatment. And at the same time, a lot of local communities saw the way that international harm reduction organizations were operating as quite problematic, as a lot of these harm reduction organizations had very limited access for sustained periods of time. So they were often moving into areas and trying to implement services very quickly. And that was often, say, distributing syringes. And this isn't by no means unique to Myanmar, but that is often an issue that raises a lot of concern locally, because it's seen as a way of condoning or spreading drug issues rather than tackling them. And I think in particular that if you're trying to sort of reach people who use drugs as quickly as possible, it often makes sense to reach out to the people who are selling drugs and distributing drugs, because they know who needs syringes and they know who is vulnerable. So from a harm reduction perspective, that made a lot of sense in terms of how you reach very marginalized, vulnerable populations quickly. But in a context where there was a lot of concern about the societal damage that drug issues were causing, those kind of ways of operating were very problematic and quite incendiary. So a lot of the kind of ongoing engagement work that we're trying to do is to try to facilitate much more dialogue between church networks and harm reduction organizations and other civil society networks, at least as a way of trying to facilitate discussion and dialogue around these issues, and then to see what sort of common ground and what changes are possible locally. But I'll pass over to Bernice now.
Thank you, Patrick. In Kenya, the church and the leaders have been part of our advocacy targets, especially in the drug policy reform. So as much as we reach out to community leaders, we reach out to healthcare workers, church leaders are always part of the dialogue forums. In this part of the world, a lot of mental illnesses, sometimes when families have people with mild mental illnesses or people who use drugs, they tend to be referred to the church for prayers. And we've had a lot of church leaders coming up with organizations that treat people of mental illnesses through prayer. So the church has been instrumental in a lot of solutions that the state adapts. We talk of a lot of policies, a lot of like the sexual reproductive health bill, for example. Church leaders have a very big say here. Even in this election that has just passed, when we had one of our presidential candidates speaking about cannabis, the church was consulted a lot. So they play a big role in policy, and they're an advocacy target. And so when we go to the ground to do research or any other implementation on any project, the church leaders play a very big role in the dissemination or even in the Delphi processes. And in Mombasa, for example, Mombasa and Lamu is purely 99% Muslim. And all the healthcare facilities, all policymakers, even the people who run the harm reduction programs, some of them are church leaders. So yes, the church has been very helpful. The church has been purely involved. And because in Kenya, the church and the state, they work hand in hand, though sometimes, well, they don't want to be accountable, but that's how it is.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Any more questions? Yes, Mato?
Hello, thank you very much for your insightful presentations. So I work in cannabis in South Africa. So obviously cannabis is my primary concern. But what I'd like to know is to what extent, maybe not in Myanmar, but certainly in Afghanistan, Colombia, and Kenya, how much is cannabis seen both as policymakers and as activists as the gateway drug to more sane drug policy as a whole? Because at the moment, I feel that there is a big gap between cannabis policy reform, which is definitely happening across Africa, and the rest of the drug policy arena. And I would very much like to see cannabis as showing the way for how things can be done. And I'd like to, and I haven't heard very much from, I don't know very much about Kenya, even though I'm here in South Africa, because the Kenyan activists that I've spoken to always work in drug policy, excluding cannabis. So how much do you see cannabis as showing the way, as the, you know, you have this whole soft drugs, hard drugs dichotomy thing, which we don't necessarily believe in, but it's there. How much is cannabis showing the way?
Denise, you can start.
Well, yeah, in Kenya, the law that we have that the courts are using right now, cannabis, heroin, cocaine, it's all in one package. If you possess 0.5 gram of cannabis and you possess 0.5 gram of heroin, the sentencing is the same. So for us, the advocacy, the human rights agenda, it's one bracket and we all call it drugs. The drug of choice amongst young people in Kenya is cannabis, and it's Shashamane, the Ethiopia one, because we did a research and it's more popular than the local one. It's very popular because they consider it, yes, it's African, it's not, I mean, they think it doesn't have any, you know, health challenges or things like that. It's very popular amongst the youth. People view it as medicinal and people use it, even big people use it. But for some reason, this government wants to look the other way. We have had commercial intentions, you know, going to parliament. We have had civil society, including myself, approaching policymakers, thinking of, okay, can we do what Rwanda has done so that we can go the commercial way first before we go the decriminalization way? But anytime you bring the agenda of decriminalization of cannabis, our policymakers it's interesting because we think that the criminalization is giving them more profit in the black market. That is what we think as advocates, because when you illegalize it, then it costs more for people to buy. And the police also get more bribes. And then, you know, it's more marketable when it's illegal. But it has been here. Everybody has been talking about it. We had a presidential candidate whose premise was cannabis. But a lot of people saw him as a joker. I mean, people went to his political rallies, but that did not translate to votes. And that really showed us where we are with cannabis as a plant. So in our controlled medicines, they allow treatment for cancer patients. They allow cannabis resins. But when it comes to use, the language of legalization and decriminalization, we are in Parliament working with policymakers right now. We have a bill on harm reduction to allow treatment where we want at least policymakers, members of Parliament to start seeing, especially cannabis, in a different light. But it's still a very difficult conversation in Kenya, despite the fact that our neighbors, Uganda and Rwanda, have already gone the commercial way. It is still very unclear here. We really don't know, especially with this new government. We still don't know where they start. All we know, because last week we had a meeting with the NACADA, the Anti-Narcotics Authority. All they're talking about is it's illegal, it's illegal, it's illegal, it's illegal. So that's where we are right now.
Thank you, Bernice. Patrick?
Maybe just to jump in briefly, that quite an interesting case around this is Thailand, where cannabis has sort of become decriminalized over the last year or so. Partly a little bit by default, in that there were issues around updating the laws that then kind of went out of date, but it was also driven in part by just the huge prison population within Thailand of people who were in there on cannabis related offences, so that there was more of a willingness of the government to think about reforming some drug laws, and that shifted the approach around cannabis. At the same time as that, there's still very, very strong drug laws against methamphetamines, even very low-grade methamphetamine pills that are very commonly used, almost more as stimulants, as much as anything, and then obviously around sort of heroin use as well. So in the case, and in the, like a few, probably about a month ago, there was that awful massacre of very young children in Thailand at a nursery, and it had very, very little, if anything at all, to do with drug issues. But the fact that the person who committed that had been a former policeman who'd been taken out of the police force because he had been arrested on methamphetamine charges for holding a small amount, created this very strong sort of, again, anti-drug backlash within Thailand. So you have a very sort of messy setup there, where on the one hand, there's this move towards a slightly more open conversation around cannabis. But at the moment, at least, that doesn't seem to be translating at all into having that discussion around other drug issues, in particular around methamphetamines, which, again, only a small proportion of people who use that get into difficulties around that. And because it's very commonly used, there's an awful lot, there's a very high prison population right across Southeast Asia of people who are in prison on charges related to small levels of methamphetamine use or having it on their person. But yeah, I'll pass back, Clemens.
Thank you so much, Patrick. We have Kelly Malt online. You can ask your question or your contribution. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Such a fascinating discussion. I'm the Law Faculty Research Ethics Committee Chair. And so I'm sure you can anticipate the question that I'm going to ask, which is about how difficult or how challenging it's been to get these kind of projects through ethics clearance, and also perhaps for you, Bernice, through a university structure administratively that very often is not set up for doing the kind of research that you need to do. So I was interested to hear about the incentive payments that you gave in cash, because you couldn't even use things like airtime vouchers, etc. And that would simply not be possible under the University of Cape Town's administrative systems. We can't even give receipts that we've kind of drawn up ourselves to participants. So I'd be very interested in some discussion about how the ethics committees either facilitate or stand in the way of this kind of research, and how well they understand the kind of concerns that you had in your respective projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly, for your question. In the past, I've worked with Professor Ndetei, who is a well-known psychiatrist, and when we present our proposals to the ethics boards, well, it is very expensive because it takes up to 250,000 Kenya shillings to go through some university boards. But there are universities that of late have come down to really, really lower the fee. For if you have an international, if the PI is not Kenyan, well, it's even more expensive. Then, of course, the processes, they can read a lot of red tape. There can be a lot of delays. But we have never had an issue really with research on drugs, because we connect it to harm reduction, which is more of a health benefit for us. And for universities, when it goes through as, just generating information, it has really never been an issue. When it comes to giving incentives and working with people who use drugs, having worked in this field for a very long time, a lot of people who use drugs do not have phones. In Kenya, we have the mobile money transfer, which is very easy. You can send $1 or $2, that is 100 Kenya shillings, 200 Kenya shillings when you're working with somebody. We do not have food vouchers here because that does not work. They have to buy it. But just for cases of somebody not being traced later on, because again, the police or the anti-narcotics unit, there's a law that was passed just the other day, which we are actually going to court. And the law says that civil society organizations and the police or anybody who can be seen to be cooperating with people who use drugs, the police can come in and actually force you to give their details. That is what happened in Tanzania some time back, that they use the organizations that implement to get to the people who use drugs and actually take them to jail. So if I was collecting data and I have a list of my participants who I paid for a focus group discussions and their telephone numbers, the law can force me to give that information, and the police will use that information to arrest them. So we are very careful when we are giving information on people who use drugs because of that alone. That law was passed early this year, and actually civil society organizations were going to court because it's unconstitutional. It can profile somebody, it can be used against you, and it can actually be used even against international organizations. I hope I've answered your questions. Thank you.
Patrick, you want to add something?
Sure, yeah, it's a really interesting question. I think we were fortunate in our project in some ways in that SOAS had done a lot of research on these kinds of issues or very sensitive issues for a long time. So there was a lot of understanding within the institution, obviously getting very robust ethics measures in place, but there was a sort of positive attitude around working with us to get those issues in place. It was much harder for some of the other institutions that we were working with within the consortium. And I think one of the big issues that we had in relation to the Myanmar work is that a lot of where drugs were taking place and a lot of the areas where we were conducting research were areas where the state doesn't necessarily have authority and is also not seen as a legitimate authority. These are areas that are controlled by long-standing resistance movements that not only have armed wings, but also have political wings that are running health services, school, social services. So one of the difficulties that we found around this is that there was sometimes pressure from universities, that there was an expectation that because you were operating or conducting research in that country, you needed to go through the national government and the process of getting ethics consent that way. Partly in Myanmar, there was no national ethics board anyway, and these sort of national systems simply didn't exist. But it was also quite deeply unethical in some ways to seek ethics approval from a state that itself is not seen as legitimate by the people in the areas where we were conducting work. And SOAS very much got that, other institutions didn't, and it was a big challenge in terms of saying that actually you need to almost rethink what you mean by ethics and ethical research in these areas, because it's a question of who are you getting ethics consent from, and how are you then positioning the project in relation to different institutions and power holders in contexts where the very right to govern is still very contested. And that also links back a little bit to what I raised in the presentation around the written consent forms, that again, there was a big emphasis in the project of making sure that we fully explained the project, that people knew what it was about, how they were collecting data, how that data would be used. But getting that on a sort of written consent form where people were then expected to sign at the bottom, simply that there were two issues around that. One, it was the issue I already mentioned, that this was seen as sort of some form of state paperwork, that people were then not wanting to put their name on that. But it was also in the context we were working with, a lot of building trust with people was through religious networks, kinship ties. Formalizing that through asking somebody to sign a consent form created a very different relationship between the person doing the research and the person whom we were asking to kind of share their insights. And we felt that within our project, on the one hand, it was all about sort of global partnerships, doing research because it was effectively kind of aid money that was being funded through a research pot. But at the same time, when it got to sort of the ethics processes, there was still this very rigid institutional format that, that was quite challenging in terms of the context we were working with. So we were constantly feeding that back to the funders, but it remains to be seen whether there will be changes within sort of UK research around some of those points. But I think it's a really good question. I'm sure a lot of the people in the room have had these challenges with other research projects as well.
Thank you so much, colleagues. Any more questions? Yes.
Thanks. So I think it's for Bernice rather. Hi, Bernice. In Kenya, khat, for example, it's a leaf that's eaten. It's not necessarily criminalized, although it does have a slight psychedelic effect. And I wondered, Bernice, based on your experience and also research, how the lack of criminalization of this plant, has there been like thoughts and discussions around criminalizing it? If not, why? If so, why? Just as a point of reference, I suppose if we're going to speak about the link of cannabis, I think maybe in Kenya, it could almost act as like the example and the moving forward, and then cannabis and then all other drugs. That's kind of, yeah. Thanks.
Thank you so much for your question. Fortunately for me, I've done a research on khat with Dr. Michael Odunwald, and we came up with a lot of findings. And sometimes we're asking ourselves, what is the difference between khat and cannabis really? I mean, when they say drugs, one is legalized, one is not legalized. But again, the challenge that we have to go through in Kenya, and I think Africa suffers this a lot, is politicization of the drug debate. There's a lot of politics because khat, for example, is legal and it is exported. And when you use it, that's okay. You can never be arrested if the police finds you consuming khat. And it's very popular amongst the Somali community in Kenya. But when they come across you with even 0.5 grams, or let's just say 0.1 gram, because that is the usual consumption. That's how it's packaged in the streets. 0.1 gram of heroin, they will arrest you. But they're all drugs. One is legal, one is not legal. We have had politicians promising communities that cultivate khat that it will be exported. They're given incentives. They use the domestic airports. There's an airport between Nairobi and Mogadishu, and khat is transported in time so that it reaches Mogadishu when it is still fresh. You cannot do the same to cannabis. Why? We do not know. So it's just a lot of politics. When you look at our politicians and the leadership, there's a lot of documentation around politicians being part of the trade. So when it comes to political parties being sponsored by drug money and some of them being players in the market, it all gets very dirty, and sometimes you don't want to get in there. So it is something that is happening. Politics just make it more confusing. Even the cannabis debate, there's a lot of politics going in. Who wants to do what? Who wants to benefit what? And it all gets very selfish when it becomes politicized. That's the problem that we have currently, because we have a lot of political leaders who have benefited from the drug trade. They don't want to come out and say, let us do this. They do not want to support, but they still want to make it criminalized. So it becomes very risky for some of us because some people have lost their lives. So, I mean, we're just there most of the time.
Thank you so much, Bernice. Moses?
Yeah, it's quite some interesting presentations. I was not sure, I'm talking about something which I'm not very competent in. So I will just mention the word to say, like, I got a feeling that it's more like investigative journalism in trying to extract the information, these peer review things and how they are selected. But like I said, I'm not competent in that, so I won't go further into that. But one element which I found quite interesting was the very little or no mention of the police force in the data gathering processes, given that I think they are the central enforcement agents in this, and they would be having quite a lot of information and relationships with that. Why are the police people not involved in the data collection processes?
Okay, colleagues.
Apologies for not, I don't know if I mentioned, but we actually have a public health and law enforcement program here at Vocal. We work a lot with the police because of the criminalization debates. On a Monday, you have hundreds of drug users who've been arrested. And so it is just a matter of concern that we had to have a program that trains, capacity builds, and make sure the police have this information. That a lot of people who are arrested really do not deserve to go to court, and there could be diversion. So in our data collection, even in the drug trade, we interviewed a lot of policemen. They are very cooperative these days, even judges and magistrates. They have been trained. They have members of they have family members who are actually using drugs. And we even had case studies from policemen who were giving us information because we collected a lot of data along the Kenya borders. That is Busia, Sirare, Lamu, Voi, even Turkana, the border between Kenya and Sudan. And it is the immigration police. They have a lot of information. I think when we started the advocacy debate, we focused more on the healthcare agenda, and we tend to forget some stakeholders. But along the way, we have learned that media is important, police is important, church leaders are important. And right now, the advocacy strategies that we have, where we disseminate this information that we collect in form of data, has every member of the society in it. And the police are actually, a lot of times, even when we do the support, don't punish campaigns, for those of us who are in the drug policy reform agenda, we know what support, don't punish campaign is. When we are campaigning for decriminalization and, just the human rights abuses of people who use drugs, we work a lot with the policeman. When we pass the information, we just tell them, this is what the information is all about. You don't need to fill up the police cells with somebody who has 0.1 gram of marijuana, for example. He's just using it is for personal use. That is not a crime. So the police has been very, very collaborative. The Kenya police have been wonderful in our drug policy reform debate.
Thank you, Bernice. Patrick, you want to add something?
Yeah, I guess in response to the first point around the sort of the investigative journalism, I wouldn't entirely disagree with that. I think a lot of the work that we do is often especially when you're trying to understand the sort of the political networks around this, is often sort of deploying some of those methods, but within a project that is able to then contextualize what you work out with a much deeper understanding of the sort of the society, the politics, the history, because I think, you know, it's a particular issue around some of the drug research that, say, in the project that we were doing, the partners got local permission to be able to do the work we were doing, but there was no scope to do detailed survey work. You know, that was something that was seen as too sensitive by local authorities, and they weren't willing to provide permissions for that. So you were able to do sort of in-depth interviews, key informant interviews, but they were very sensitive around sort of any kind of household survey or work around that, something that was seen as sort of systematically profiling opinions or viewpoints. So I think that's one method within a wider set of sort of trying to draw upon ethnography, history, and sort of, a really in-depth understanding of the kind of the cultures and places we were working in. In relation to the second question around the police, I guess in the context where we're working within Myanmar, that the police are so subservient to the military that there's sort of there was a higher power in terms of controlling a lot of this. And what we did still speak with some of the police, but what became clear from that is that they were sort of actually under pressure, often from local populations, to do more against drug issues. So, you know, and this is where we got into quite problematic issues, that it was quite different to your, Bernice, what you're saying around the support, don't punish line. Like locally, there was often a lot of demand for the police to be seen to be tackling people who use drugs, and that, you know, that there was this, you know, this widespread problem in the societies as they saw it, and why weren't the police doing anything? And when you spoke to the police, their perspective was, well, they have very little funding, almost no money. What are they going to do if they arrest people? They have nowhere to put them. They have to then provide food for them or whatever else. So you're operating in a system where there's simply no services at all around that. And unfortunately, what you saw with a lot of the way that people were trying to engage with local authorities, whether that was police, is that it then created this pressure for local authorities to at least be looking like they were doing something. But at the same time, that was in a context where many of the people who were really running the drug trade locally, whether they were the producers or the large-scale traders, were those who were closely linked with the Myanmar army or army-backed militias. So as a result of that, that sort of public pressure on local authorities to be seen to kind of pressuring authorities so that they were seen to do something, meant that often authorities then went after the poorest, the least well protected, the very small scale traders, because that was a way of being seen as doing something and responding to public pressure, but in a way that you didn't risk upsetting these wider bargains that have been struck between the military, local militias, armed organizations. So it very much became sort of counterproductive in that way, and that you then had a lot of incarceration of people who simply didn't have the money to pay bribes, didn't have the protection. So it became very clear that the responses to drugs were then, that they were very clearly hitting the sort of the poorest and most marginalized in these societies, which wasn't actually what a lot of the people who were campaigning and trying to put pressure on the authorities were wanting. They were wanting the authorities to go after the big players who are running these drug trafficking networks. But because that was so embedded in the local politics, that was never happening. So you ended up seeing yeah, it's sort of ending up hurting the people at the very bottom of this economy.
Thank you so much.
Actually, for us, during the interviews, when we were now talking about the drug trade and how the police get around handling traders, different centers, apart from just police collaborating to be able to help, there is also the aspect of bribery, of course, that the drug authorities, there's a tool that government uses to report drug seizures, you know, and those who are arrested and things like that. There are centers which, allow me not to mention, there are totally no reports, not because there are no arrests or there are no seizures in the streets, but it is because sufficient bribes were paid so that it looks like there's no drugs in that area. So either way, I mean, the police always came in, but in terms of collaboration for data collection, they are very good. In terms of bribery collection, they're also very, very good, especially in the area that Gordon shared, Luanda, Western Kenya. We have cases of a family owns a chicken and a goat, and because the area is predominant with marijuana and their son will be arrested using marijuana, the police will ask for a lot of money targeting the livestock that they have. And the family will actually be left poor after selling your goat or chicken to go and pay a bribe so that you buy the freedom of your loved one. So either way, the police for us is like a kitchen knife. They cut both sides. They can be the ones, you know, aiding the support for people who use drugs to get healthcare, but at the same time, they stand between the people who use drugs and justice. So either way, yes, the police is always.
Okay, thank you so much, Bernice and Patrick. I think we'll make this the last round. If there are any more questions, we can still bring them during the question and answer for the next, when we finish with the next presentation. You can just note it down, and then you can still have an opportunity to ask the question. So now we are going to have 2 more presentations, one by Neil Carrier and Gordon Omenya. And then after that, we will have Yomo Nelson, who is here with us. So Neil and Gordon, are you ready to go first?
Hi there, everybody. Yes, I think ready to go if Gordon is. I think so. Hi, everyone. And yeah, really nice to hear Patrick's and Bernice's talks as well. And I think a lot of the issues that they've talked about, obviously very relevant for what we're doing on the Cannabis Africana project, you know, all the case studies that we're working on. But in particular, what I think I'll get to, rather than talking about those issues of kind of ethical clearance and all these kind of things, you know, critical SCR, I think Bernice and Patrick have done a good job at covering those. So what I thought for Gordon and I, we could focus a little bit on, and I'll hand over to Gordon quite soon, but what I thought we could focus on is more like negotiating those kind of micro encounters that you often have to negotiate as, you know, whatever research you're conducting, but you know, maybe become a little bit more pressing in the case of researching something illegal like cannabis is in Kenya, where we've been working. And it was yeah, quite interesting that Kat got mentioned in the previous talk as well. Because yeah, funnily enough, this was something that did come up, and I'll come on to this in a moment, but really did come up as a bit of a way into the world of you know, kind of cannabis in the way we were researching it in Western Kenya. But first, I just wanted to kind of say a little about some of the themes we were bringing, Gordon and I, that we thought might you know, allow us to access and you know, spark interesting conversations with people regarding cannabis, but perhaps in a way that, you know, wasn't kind of a direct, you know, straight to the point on we're researching this, you know, in the kind of contemporary world of cannabis. But one aspect of, you know, that we are really interested in, and I think can give perhaps a bit more of an indirect way to access some really important information about cannabis and other things is looking at the historical material relating to cannabis, which is kind of a really key aspect that Gordon and I will be working on in particular, using archival sources that we've found, from a long time ago, like 60, 70, 80 years ago, from archival material relating to Western Kenya and cannabis. And I think using this material with people can be a really interesting way to get people involved in the research process. For example, in the archival literature in Western Kenya, there's a really nice, I think it comes from the 1930s or so, a really nice detail about a particular island within a river within Western Kenya, where a lot of cannabis, the authorities, colonial authorities, had found a lot of cannabis growing in this place. And this is one thing we've not been able to do this yet, but for future trips, we think it will be nice to explore that local history, because it was very pinpointed in the archival records where this particular place was. And I think working with people on that through that historical material, kind of a nice way to approach researching something that obviously has all those sensitivities about being an illegal substance, albeit obviously going through all the informed consent and all that we've got in place as well. So that historical aspect and using that archival material, I think, is one way, as well as doing more kind of oral historical interviews, rather than asking people directly about their activities in the present, but trying to get like a shift and see how the cannabis trade or import and export and local production, etc., how that might have changed over time, which I think is really interesting with these dynamics around like a lot of the as Bernice was saying as well, like a lot of the cannabis smoked in Kenya is coming from Ethiopia. So to try and get like a historical idea of when that started emerging, and is it quite a recent thing? Did it push out the more locally produced product? These kind of questions I think will be interesting to go from a more oral historical perspective. The other element, and I'll let Gordon say a bit more of this in a moment, but the other element I think Gordon and I have focused a bit on, especially because Gordon is from Western Kenya himself, so does speak Luo and very, very fluent. So one thing we were finding that was quite a nice way, and things I've found in my own research in the past, has been like trying to get to grips with the language used in describing cannabis and the trade of cannabis. So again, like, really focusing in on the words people use and where those come from, and, some quite humorous terms in process as well, which I think maybe links back, to some sort of classic drug anthropology, drug sociology work, like, work like people like Michael Agar and Ripping and Running and all these, which did focus a lot, almost like a linguistic anthropological focus on these kind of things. But what I did just before I hand over to Gordon, coming back to this issue of cat. So my PhD research and a lot of my postdoctoral research has been focused on cat, or miraa, as it's more commonly known in Kenya. So so a lot of my experience working in Kenya has been working within those kind of networks, of farmers, traders, and consumers of cat. But what Gordon and I did find quite interesting, especially when we got to Luanda, which Bernice mentioned as well. But we did arrive in, this was more of a scoping visit to Luanda, to try and make some contacts. So it was really that was the purpose of our trip, but we did turn up in Luanda without having really anyone that we could go and meet. But then it was quite interesting that the way we did manage to get an entree into the worlds of cannabis was through the world of cat as well. So we were able to go and find one of the cat kiosks in Luanda, and then through that, like chatting to people about who were there sitting around chewing cat, but talking about cat. And then this was a way to, really meet people. And then, we could tell them about our current project and get some interest there. But it was quite interesting, to access another drug world, the world of cat, albeit, very much a legal and legitimate one, though, as Bernice was, does have airs of suspicion around it as well. But yes, this did prove quite an interesting entree, I think, you know, from which is obviously sort of building on our own previous experience, like, you know, in the case of me with researching cat. And Gordon, you know, has his own sort of personal experiences to recount now, and I'll pass over to Gordon.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Neil, for giving a brief overview of what you've been doing in Kenya. Personally, and just as the Bernice has said, cannabis is still illegal in Kenya. And therefore, you know, doing a research on cannabis is a very tricky project. But nevertheless, of course, knowing very well that it's an illegal undertaking in Kenya, what we did basically was to try and, first of all, create contact. But of course, the methodology that we used was to kind of, first of all, to identify people randomly, especially in centers where cannabis is widely used, in places such as Kondele, in Kisumu. In Luanda, of course, like Neil has said, we had to, you know, devise a way of trying to get into, you know, the world of how cannabis traders, of course, and consumers are actually operating. And that really helped us to, you know, connect to these people. But of course, the fact that I also come from a place where people use cannabis openly, and of course, that tells you about, you know, how easy, you know, cannabis can be accessed within specific localities in Kenya. Luanda is very known for cannabis because for many years, of course, if you ask somebody about, you know, where in Kenya do you think cannabis is widely used, they'll point to you that this is Luanda. I know about Luanda. But a place like Kondele is also, you know, a place that it is a social space, of course, with so many people doing different things at different time and throughout the day. It's like a 24-hour economy. And it's also a place where there are a lot of businesses going on. So I managed, of course, to identify some kind of, I can call, you know, these big boys, or maybe bad boys, so to speak, who are dealing in these, who are consuming cannabis. And of course, through that, we were able, of course, to reach out to other groups of people. And we managed also to get into the network of, you know, how they operate, how they collude with police, how they distribute, and how they also, you know, get their supply from other counties bordering countries such as Tanzania, Uganda, and so on and so forth. As Bernice has said, there's a lot of traffic, of course, of cannabis from Uganda and also from Tanzania through Sirare border and also through Busia. So what happened, of course, is that at some point, of course, in the course of carrying out my research, I would organize for an interview. But sometimes, you know, the fact that cannabis is illegal, you know, these guys, of course, will be suspicious. So at some point, I would wait for an interviewee, even as late as 7 o'clock in the night, 8 o'clock in the night. And what is so interesting is that there's a time I had an interview between 8 and 9 at night, 8 and 9 p.m. And here I met a group of both users and traders. There were about 3 of them in a room just around a place called Kondele. And in the midst of my interview, you know, they said that, you know, bang is a social kind of a lifestyle. So if you are a bang user, you are a social guy, and they enjoy taking bang in a group. So in the midst of this interview, you know, they just decided to light a bang, I mean, a one roll of cannabis, and they started smoking it. And I was like, what? How can you do this? And the police officers are hovering around. And between the place where they were and the police station was just like a kilometer away. So I asked them, do you think we are safe here? Then they said, yeah, we are very safe. You know, this is something that you cannot, this business you cannot do without, you know, having some relationship with the police officers. And, you know, they took me through, you know, how they operate with the police officers. And the most interesting thing was that to some extent, you know, they would go and see the overall police force within the police station. And of course, it's like they have a roster, and the station actually also knows, you know, how the people who trade or who, I mean, especially those who trade in this in this business, of course, those who have paid, those who have not paid, and it's like the payments are made in terms of intervals, either at the beginning of the month or at the mid of the month. You see, so that is how you know, the consumption and of course the trade of cannabis within Kisumu, of course, is done. But again, for us, of course, to get to other traders, because mostly these are suppliers, they're called peddlers, of course. So it is like, you know, it's like they operate in isolation. Of course, they know where they get their supply. But when I ask them about, you know, do you have any association where you come together as traders of this cannabis? One of them actually told me that, you know, we cannot have this kind of an association because you don't know who you are trading with, you see. So whatever they do is just for, you know, personal benefit. But the good thing was that most of them, of course, have been able to use that cannabis, of course, they have managed to use the process of cannabis to take their children to school, to buy food, and also to support other extended family members. So if you take maybe a place like Kisumu, a place like Luanda, a place like Migori, because Migori is also a very good source since it is bordering Tanzania. But in the course of our research, we got information that, you know, there are places there are places in Migori where, you know, we can be taken and showed, you know, where bang is planted or cannabis is planted. When we had our research, I mean, our field work, of course, in around June and July with NAIL, one of our respondents actually told me later on when I went back in August that he has actually identified somebody who can take us to a farm in a place called Kajulu area, where, you know, cannabis is planted or is grown for that matter. But again, in Kenya, of course, you don't find cannabis being grown as a plantation, but they grow it, you know, they intercrop it with other crops because it's illegal, and, you know, you cannot just cultivate it openly. So these are some of the things, of course, that are emerging, and also the way we were able to, or we've been able to get access to people who trade in cannabis, people who consume it, and so on and so forth. But again, having established contact with the traders, I also managed, of course, to get some contacts with some of my friends, of course, who are in the police force, formerly in the police force, and they have actually one of them has actually been able to get me some contacts of police officers who I can talk to. And this is something that I'm now planning in the coming month of December, so that I can talk to a few police officers just to know, you know, their perspective in terms of policing, in terms of enforcement of legislative rules and regulations. Because one of the things that was also emerging is that one of the former police officers told me that, you know, in Kenya, as much as bang is illegal, and of course it was taken as a serious crime when you are caught with it. And just as Bernice alluded, you know, it doesn't matter how many grams you have, so long as you have any grams of bang, you know, once you are arrested, the penalty is very severe. But with the time, of course, this officer was telling me that, you know, the penal code has changed and bang has actually been removed from, you know, a serious crime to a petty crime. So these are the kind of things that I would want to know from the police officers that have lined up, of course, in the coming month of December, to know why was it really removed from, you know, this serious crime to what they call petty crime. Is it because there are legislative issues or policy issues that are maybe are in the offing, or what is it? Why should it not? Why should it not just remain as a serious crime? So these are some of the issues, of course, that so far we've been grappling with. But I think come next month, when I go back to the field, I'll be able to try and, of course, get more information on this. But definitely in terms of methodology, being an illegal kind of staff in Kenya, it's not been very easy because, you know, finding people to, finding traders and even consumers of cannabis, you know, finding them to interview, of course, has been a very difficult task. But what I also realized that once you've gotten one person, a trader, and that person has developed some kind of trust in you, after, of course, sharing with them what this project is all about, you know, they open up and then they tend to give you more information. Actually, we have so many information as far as, you know, supply and distribution of this cannabis is concerned in Kenya. But lastly, of course, I also wanted to mention something about cultural belief system, because one of the respondents, of course, that we identified, of course, through maybe I can call snowballing, is that there are some cultural beliefs that are associated with cannabis. But maybe one thing that was very interesting, I don't know whether it needs some scientific proof, is that, you know, they will, when it comes to transporting cannabis, of course, they'll kill some animals, kind of a monitor lizard, then smear, you know, I think smear part of that animal on top of the sack that they're using to carry cannabis. And of course, this was believed that when you do this, then, you know, you'll get out of the, you know, the dragnet of the police officers. So it was like they used that to, you know, escape from the dragnet of the police officers. So this is something that, of course, maybe we need to look to interrogate further and see how cultural beliefs, of course, were also useful in terms of how, you know, cannabis sativa and its supply, of course, was concerned. So those are some of the ways through which, of course, we are able to get contacts, and also ways through which we are able, of course, to interview people. Of course, the police officers, in terms of getting them, of course, it's all about, you know, references, of course, from those who are in the police force or those who are formerly in the police force. So it's a matter of, you know, somebody, of course, referring you to a police officer here and there, and then you get in touch with them, and then you establish kind of, you know, you make an appointment of how you can be able to interview these officers. So I think I want to leave it at that. Maybe we can wait for questions if they are there. We can elaborate more as time goes by. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Gordon and Neil. So we are going to take one more presentation by Diomo, and then we go for question and answer.
Thank you. A lot has already been said about methods and ethics in researching drugs. So what I would do is just to reflect on the lessons we're learning about drugs research ethics, the observations we're making, particularly the way we're seeing that how we do research ethics has potentials to mediate long-term harms for the people that participate in our research. You know that research ethics is supposed to protect, people who participate in research, and to some extent, the people who conduct research. But I have been noticing, and then in the course of these, projects, it's becoming clear, and we've been having conversations about it with Gernot, that there exists, potential for research to cause, long-term harms, while it protects against more immediate proximal, harms. And one of the way, the major way that, research ethics actually could cause harms to people who participate in research is the way it normalizes, structural stigma and criminalization of drug use. Let me give you an example. People are supposed to participate in research freely and voluntarily. And usually this is operationalized through informed consent procedures. And just like we've heard, Benny's talked about it, and every drug researcher will tell you, when working with criminalized subjects like people who use drugs, people who are involved in selling or producing drugs, extra care is taken because, of the environment in which, they operate. But that extra care is where, if you take a closer look, the problem lies. Because at the end of the day, what happened is that, it contributes to othering people who either use drugs or sell drugs, putting them in a category that is negatively different. And when you do that, you're simply fueling stigma. So because they look different and different in a particularly negative light. So even though it's meant to be protective, but you can see here the potential for it to do harm. And when you consider the fact that, in most other research approaches to research, like clinical trials, for instance, risk to research subjects usually arise from the research process itself. For instance, if a medication that is being trialed has problems, it has direct harmful effect on the participants. And the harm is attributed to the research. But when you're working with, people who use drugs or sell drugs or involved with drugs in one way or the other, the harm is seen to arise from behaviors, the behavior that the subjects engage in, the use of drugs or the trade in drugs. So in drugs research, the harm is taken, from the external research process and located with the individual. And you see, when you tag a behavior as risky, you create potentials for stigma. So this makes research ethics, when applied to drugs, a possible mechanism long-term, because it basically helps to sustain the status quo, the criminalization and stigmatization of people who use drugs. But you could ask, I'm just thinking out loud based on what we're observing and the conversations we've been having, and I'm not drawing conclusions. So we would like to hear your response and your comments. But when you ask the question, consent, in a context where people who use drugs or sell drugs are delegitimated, they are stigmatized, they are policed. What does consent mean? Because some context, consent has to be contextualized, has to be seen within its context. Where they do not participate as legitimate stakeholders in the design and implementation of our research. An exception, of course, is the kind of research that Benis was talking about. So does consent still mean, that they are taking autonomous, legitimate decision to be part? It may mean more something like consent to be exploited by the powerful, including academics, research institutions. I'm very sorry, I'm a researcher, but this is part of the kind of reflexivity that we should offer. It sounds more to me like because we kept handing out consent forms to people, and I'm thinking, these people, are they really consenting? What are they consenting to? Is it more like consent to be exploited further, to be further stigmatized and categorized negatively, in ways that are very harmful to health and well-being of these people? So basically what I mean is that research ethics cannot be separated from the wider structural context in which drug research is conducted. And we need to be attentive to the way that ethics can be, collude in the perpetuation of structures that harm. So we need to be open to this. That's basically what I'm calling, that we're calling for in this presentation. Another example is with benefit or rewarding people who participate in research. Usually, ethics boards will object to giving financial rewards to people who participate in research, like you've heard again and again. Different reasons are usually given, that you are going to fund their drug use. That's very stigmatizing in my view. They're already using their drugs. Do you think that the little money you give is what will pay for drugs? But what researchers, especially criminologists like Bruce Jacobs, Lisa Maha, have found studying street drug use, street crime, especially in the US, is that financial incentives does stimulate participation rather than bias, research subjects. It goes a long way to ensure that their participation in research, but much more, it helps to destigmatize people who use drugs because it recognizes their expertise, that they have something legitimate they contribute that researchers, policymakers need to learn. And the same way you pay any other expert. This is still very unequal, the payment. But it does, symbolically recognize their expertise. So I really think, and I've had this debate again and again with Gernot, because in this project, we've not been able to directly pay people who use drugs. The people that we've had to interview. I think that this is very paternalistic, it's a form of paternalism that does nothing more than perpetuate stigma against people who use drugs, that you cannot reward them financially because you're seen to be colluding in their drug use. So I think that what constitutes benefit should be seen from the perspective of the research subject, not ethical review boards. And if people who use drugs, like I'm finding again and again in my interviews, I've interviewed a mid-level dealer who makes a lot of money, but he still insisted that the same 500 naira I was giving to others, I should give it to him, that it is very important. So that payment has some symbolic role. It's very important, and I think that it's important that ethics committees come to terms with the fact that there's need to recognize the expertise, the contribution that people make. And one way to do that is to make that payment. So I'll continue to remonstrate with Gennett over that. And I also need to, lastly, before I talk, say a few things about what I think we need to do is talk about the neo-colonial dynamics of, research ethics. I am a Nigerian. I do research predominantly in Nigeria. And then when you are involved in these international research partnerships, you find that what constitutes ethically responsible, acceptable research is dictated by institutions, funding agencies outside where the research is done. And sometimes I wonder, is it that we do not have our own ideas of what is ethically, right and acceptable? And most times these, ethics positions are more like norms. Sometimes they appear inflexible and rigid and do not capture the particularities of local cultures. I mean, you cannot forbid payment, giving remuneration in a context where reciprocity and gifting is the norm. So sometimes these positions comes across as provincial, as paternalistic, as if, what is right is only what the people outside our shores who give money for research think is right, as the case of payment for research research subjects clearly illustrates. So I think what we're learning and what we've been doing again and again is to have these conversations so that we can be aware of how research can be implicated in the reproduction of structural inequity, how we do research the way we think is the right way, can actually be doing harms very insidiously. We need to be very open and pay attention to this. And I think that we also need to invert the order. We need to place research subjects, their needs, their dignity, and their well-being more at the center of what we think is the right way to do research. What we think about payment as researchers, as those who review ethics submissions, is that what the people who take part in the research think is right? Because the research is about them, the research affects them, and they are the ones who constitute the principal sources of information for this research. So I think that we need to put them at the center and begin to walk outward as we think about what is acceptable drug research. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Diomo. And so this is what I'm going to propose. We have some refreshments just outside here. You can just take a 10-minute break. You just go, you can grab your refreshments and come back, and then we do question and answer. Is that acceptable? Yes. So we just go. Instead of bringing our refreshment outside, you just bring your cup inside here. We'll just take care of make sure that we don't spill on your own books. But just do that, and then we'll do question and answer. And those online, you can also take the opportunity to take your and then so we'll be starting again at in 10 minutes time.
Recording. I was interested in your comments before the break about stigmatization when you are doing interviews. And I think, as I say, I've got an idea of how you carry them out, but I think part of the problem might be that you are being too specific. So you're going in, or whoever's doing it, and you're interviewing people who are using illegal drugs. And that immediately stigmatizes them because obviously it's associated with drug addiction, etc.
if you approach the problem, I'm not sure if it's possible, where you say to the people you are interviewing about drugs, and you give them a list, or you have a list, and whatever your endpoints are, is you can sort that out statistically, but you put every drug on that list, including the legal ones, alcohol, nicotine. I mean, for instance, talking about cut, in some countries it's legal, some countries it's illegal. There's no logic behind that. So you put all those drugs on the list, and therefore it doesn't actually pinpoint only those people who are using illegal drugs. It does two things. It reduces the stigma on those people, and it also gets people used to thinking that all drugs have side effects, etc., and are used generally. And the other thing it also does, and I think it's important to point that out in these interviews, is that drug use is normal across the world because there are so many legal drugs that are used by people. So drug use is not an abnormality, and that's the problem with interviewing people. I mean, I'm a doctor, and I know if you start questioning people about their alcohol use and tobacco use or whatever, they don't necessarily give you the right answer because they're feeling, I'm judging them now because they're doing something unhealthy. So I think we need to normalize, get people to realize that drug use is normal. And when you do the research, you put all the drugs on the list and then sort out the statistics afterwards. But on the face-to-face thing, you're not actually saying, well, that person's using heroin, so they're bad. Dacha is not so bad. And then alcohol's fine, which it's not, of course. It's the worst drug of the lot. So that's just a comment in terms of maybe how you can reduce that problem by actually not making the stigmatization worse.
Okay, thanks so much. I'll take another question, and then when the panelists are answering, if they want to share something on the comment that you have given, then they can also pick up on that one. Yes, Marvin.
Thank you. My question, I think, is with regards to methodology, but more specifically on the respondents that the researchers spoke to, more specifically the issue of women. I wanted to find out how did you go about interacting or collecting data from women, taking that in most cases, I think in both instances, Gordon and Neil, and I think in the case of Nigeria as well, you are both male researchers, and that in most cases is not an easy barrier to break, more specifically culturally, and also in other dimensions in how you engage with women as respondents and getting data from women themselves. So I just wanted to get, how did you go about that and navigating some of those challenges also that have to do with that? I think that is the first part of the question. And also, secondly, did you manage also to encounter a number of women that are users or as well as that are involved in the cannabis value chain, whether illegally or legally, in both Kenya and Nigeria?
Thank you, Marvin. Giving the opportunity to the panelists to respond. Genoti also, if you have something to add as well, Simon, you can chip in. Neil and Gordon first. Then one of you can just respond.
Shall I come in on that?
Yes.
Yeah, thanks, Clemenson. Thanks for the great questions, and really nice to hear Eddie Omo's talk as well before the break. So yeah, really enjoying it. I guess starting with the question about women, I'll let Gordon come in because I remember we were discussing this as well, and so I think it's important to note for the Kenyan side of the cannabis project, it still is the early days of research, so it's more been a lot about scoping at the moment, but it's certainly something we're coming across. I think that more and more women are mentioned in the research. Even in Luanda, for example, we were told of one of the main dealers in Luanda is a woman who has a shop, and at the back of the shop is where people go to smoke and this kind of thing. So as we move forward, really want to to learn more about that dimension. Also, in some of our other research, actually talking with people who do deal a bit, who were men, but they were saying quite a bit about how they were often dealing to you know, to women in the neighborhood as well, who, you know, perhaps were hiding their smoking from their husbands. They were kind of suggesting the dealer we were speaking to in that instance. So anyway, so yeah, there is quite a bit about use, quite a bit about trade. So yeah, women are there, and how we access it, you know, will be something we've got to work on. So you know, and hopefully we'll have the resources to, you know, to work with some women researchers as well in Kenya to perhaps help us in that kind of access as well. So yes, like I say, still kind of early days on that. And yeah, just on the stigmatization of, I think, you know, really good point. I think it is a lot about how you go about it, how what kind of impression you give of the thing you're researching, like you know, going into to study cannabis. And I suppose it is maybe a bit of a flaw in our project that it is so focused on this one particular substance. But obviously in doing our work, I think we need to show we're aware of all these other substances that lie around it, you know, how it links to tobacco, to alcohol, to cat, to all these things that are, you know, within that, within the world of where we're doing our research, you know, these other substances. So even though we're going in very specifically, you know, the whole project is called Cannabis Africana, we have that kind of focus on cannabis, but I think to keep that awareness of all these other substances and how that might you know, affect how people see cannabis, how it's kind of seen in relation to these other drugs, you know, we'll certainly keep that in mind, and hopefully our whole approach will be, you know, non-stigmatizing about cannabis users. And I think it may be in one way the fact that this guy Wajakoya was so yeah, it was something that maybe we should have brought up a little bit more, but about the methodologically, you know, we did go in at quite an opportune moment where this presidential candidate Wajakoya was in the news, and I think in a way, you know, his campaign had kind of made cannabis a talking point, so people had been keen to talk about it anyway, you know, rather than seeing it as something kind of hush or stigmatized in that kind of way. So I think at that moment in time was quite with that Wajakoya campaign was quite interesting. But I'll hand over to Gordon now.
Thank you, Neil, and I want to thank the participant who has asked this question. Ideally, the issue of women, of course, brings in the gender aspect of this research. But in our study, of course, most of the people that we are interacting with are basically men, but that does not actually mean that there are no women, of course, that are using cannabis. Because the way they use it, of course, is different, because cannabis has different uses. So perhaps you can say that most women, of course, there are of course women who smoke it, but these are young ladies, of course. Because one encounter, of course, that I had was with some university students. Of course, a student who is at the university, and the girlfriend is also taking cannabis, of course, smoking cannabis. But on the other hand, there are also women who are in this business discreetly, because, you know, the enforcement officers, of course, you know, they don't expect women, of course, to get involved in this kind of business. So most of these traders, of course, the men, of course, sometimes they use women, of course, to transport these cannabis in terms of in small amounts of quantities, in terms of stones and such kind of stuff. But on the other hand, I think the legal use, of course, could come in terms of the medicinal aspect, because like in Kenya, of course, women are the ones who are taking care of children. And it is from our research, of course, we are getting this information that cannabis is widely used as a cure for measles. So you'll find women, of course, using cannabis, of course, for the cure of measles, of course, in their children. So from that perspective of usage, of course, in terms of In terms of usage, of course, it is medicinal in nature. But again, there are also women who actually smoke it. There was a very interesting situation, of course, where one of our respondents, of course, who was of course, by that time, he was a trader of cannabis, and he was telling me that he used to supply a very upper class lady or middle class lady, so maybe so to speak. So he would take that, of course, they will take cannabis to where this lady stays. And the husband, of course, did not know that the wife is taking cannabis. So it is a pointer to the fact that, that the usage of cannabis is not gender specific, that men are using it and women are also using it, but maybe the degree of usage in terms of, of that kind of dichotomy in terms of men and women could be the one that is different. So true, in terms of usage, women are using it, either legal, of course it's not legal in Kenya, but they're using it in another way in terms of using it as a medicinal substance. And that's also brings in the issue of the use of drug, because when you talk to some of these people who use drug, they say that cannabis is not a drug, it is a herbal. So they use it as herbal medicine, So there are those kind of debates, that's those kind of interesting dynamics as far as the usage, of course, is concerned. So that is maybe what I can say in terms of women and their participation and their usage of cannabis in the places where we carried out our research. Thank you.
Thank you, Gordon. Ediomo, in brief.
I think
very briefly, I think maybe to connect what Gordon actually said to answer your question, I think we tried, our research, we found out after a while that a lot of things we should have done differently than we did. But I think that's always part of research. You learn by doing it and then you do it better the next time, hopefully. But I think actually what we did then, I think we started to actually not talk about drugs anymore, because drugs itself is quite a stigmatizing term. Like Gordon said, people didn't actually think cannabis is a drug. It's a medicine, it's a herb, whatever. So when we talked in one area, we actually just started to talk to people. We want to find out about livelihoods. How do they make their lives from different types of crops? So I think crop was another type of term that we used. But I think eventually, the problem was that our research materials, the information sheet, the consent forms, they always had Cannabis Africana, drugs and development. So we were kind of stuck with it from the beginning because that's how we asked for permission. So I think if we were to do that study again, maybe in the future, it would be a study about alternative livelihoods or something like that, because that is inclusive and doesn't, maybe livelihoods is not the correct term, I don't know, like smallholders or something like that. We had that in the morning. But I think it is very difficult to really get something neutral. And maybe the only way to do it is then to have a conversation with your interviewees about maybe the problems. We said, I know you don't consider it as a drug, it's just that's what we thought. We'll name this project from the beginning. So you actually engage in a conversation with your informant and listen to what they say, and they might listen to what you say as well. So I think that's the only way. But I agree that there's definitely limits to that, and there will always be a level of stigmatization, unfortunately.
Okay, thank you so much, Gordon. Emmanuel,
I just want to add on in terms of interviewing people and I spend a lot of time in townships and contexts where as a white male, I'm not expected to be. And both in terms of race and gender, you're constantly negotiating your position and your positionality in relation to the participants and people you're interviewing and the communities you're in. And I use the word negotiation because it's the only way I figured out, or not figured out, but I can describe what you're trying to do at the same time. And that is, I think there needs to be a recognition that, there is difference, and you can't simply, there is a whole layer of power structure and hierarchy that, is behind you. When I was in Delft a few weeks ago, people are either scared of me or see me as a clown. Because, you know, I mean, either I'm like Mlungu, where, you know, it's fun to laugh at, or they're like, oh, he's from the police and he's going to come ask me something, you know, like, what's he doing here? And that obviously changes the dynamic if you want to interview people. If you interview people because they're scared and they're scared of you, they're not going to give you the same answers if they were friendly, or, you know, but equally, if you consider the class clown, then the answers are going to differ. So, I mean, again, I use the word negotiation because it's something that you're constantly trying to adapt to and, you know, both reassure people, but also occupy a position that is one that allows you to ask questions in the first place. And it's not an easy process to go. And I don't think there's any right or ever point where I will ever get it right. And the same with gender, it's a negotiation in which, you know, I think it's only when you're self-reflexive of your own positionality in relation to other people that you can even begin that type of conversation. But that being said, then I don't think there's a point where only women can interview women, or only white people can interview white people, etc. I don't believe in that, because I think if you're reflexive of your position, you can negotiate this process. It may be a very difficult process, and it may be quite fraught with a lot of, you know, existentialism as well, but it's something you can do. Where there is another camp within academia, at least, that believes that you can't do it. So that's my concern.
Well, I agree with you. I think I loved how you said it's a negotiating process. And I think that is basically also that I was trying to tease from our colleagues here to say, how did you go about negotiating in such complex, not that only men interview men, not still women, sorry, or men, whatever the case might be. But I think the process is always about, it's a politics where one has to negotiate in order to access information. But you're very right, and I agree.
All right, thank you so much, Marvin. I have two.
Can I add to that?
Okay, you pick it up later. So I have two colleagues who are online, so we'll come back to you. So we have Chelly Kiba and Bernice Apon. So Chelly first, and then Bernice.
Thank you, Clemens. It's Tidi Khiba from Maseru, Lesotho. I'm a cannabis lawyer and activist. My first question, I guess, is directed to you, Clemens, and how the specific countries were selected. I'm just curious why maybe Zimbabwe or Lesotho didn't make the cut. And my second... So that question is not objective at all. So my second question has to do with finding supervisors in the cannabis space, but also perhaps in the psychedelics research as well. Because just generally my experience has been that it is sometimes hard to find appropriate supervision in, say, the law faculty where I'm from, because you tend to find that the experts that know about drugs are found in the criminology department, and mostly in the law faculty, you may find that it's in the criminal law section. You might get lucky and find potential supervisors in public international law as well. But it is one of, I don't want to say it's a deterrent, but it does make it a bit harder to find supervisors that can take on students that do want to do further research in drugs or in cannabis or in psychedelics or alternative medicines in general. Do you have any advice in that regard? Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, just note down the questions and then we take Bernice's question and then you answer them here. Bernice?
Thank you so much. I just wanted to answer the question about women, because this is something I've done for so many years. Because our research targets evidence for treatment and evidence for criminalization and justice, it has forced us in the past, when we are doing research, to focus on women, because the gender nexus when it comes to drug use has been a little bit blurred. So when you talk to a woman who is using heroin, for example, and she tells you, I don't know when I started getting my periods, I don't know when I was pregnant, I don't know. It is because of the effect of the drugs. So we have had to focus on women. So in Kenya, 30% of people who use drugs, even people who inject drugs, are women. And when they get into the opioid substitution therapy and they stop using cocaine or they stop using heroin, most of them fall back to cannabis use. Why? Because cannabis is cheaper, cannabis is more acceptable. And the social acceptability for cannabis is higher when you compare to cocaine and heroin. So yes, there are women there who use drugs. There are women community members who have been interviewed to be able to work with women. They've been trained, they are peer educators, they are skilled, and they know the nuances of the gender environment that helps us get evidence to implement female-based health programs. So the reason why people think that it's only men who use drugs has been, it's been everywhere. And it's one reason why a lot of the prohibitionists hardly talk about women. You find family planning, sexual reproductive health. Women are missing. But how then do you implement research evidence if you do not have women? So for me, it's been a concern. So when the question came about women, yes, they are there. They are being trained. Harm reduction has a lot of women organizations, and information is getting here day by day. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Bernice. And so I'll just comment to this question about the selection of the countries, and then I hand over to our panelists for responding to the other aspects of it. So,
Dr. Clements, I've got a question.
Yeah, I'll come back to you, Prof. Matunu. So I'll just do this round and then I'll come to you. Okay, thanks. So just like you said, CD, that your question also is biased. So our selection of countries also, there was a little bit of bias as well. So number one, the fact that we had the previous experience doing research in those particular countries. So again, for the past 15 to 20 years, has been working in Nigeria in the area of drugs. The same with the new as well, starting from his PhD, postdoc, who even now is still doing work on Kenya. Simon is doing work here in South Africa. I, being Zimbabwean, also having done previous research there, but I think for my own other factor that I considered regarding Zimbabwe, the fact that it is one of those of the few countries, the first countries and a few countries, maybe I think the second after Lesotho, to legalize cannabis for medical and scientific purposes. And even right now, the new government, the Mnangagwa administration is very vigorous about trying to push for production of cannabis for medicinal purposes. So I think there are these interesting developments that are taking place. So I wanted to capture that. So I hand over to Diomo and Gordon and Neil for the question that the other question that he asked.
Okay, well, I think a lot has been said about women's and drug research. So I just probably comment on the question that was raised earlier about including different types of drugs in the list when you're doing interviews. I observed when I was supervising a drug treatment project, community-based services for people who use drugs, that people who use alcohol or other legal drugs sometimes, because in the assessment form, the intake form, almost all drugs were listed. And many people who used only alcohol or tobacco will protest that. Doing that groups them with people who use legal drugs. So I just think that there's the potential that that also might have a negative repercussion. So, but I think what I meant more by stigma was maybe the basic point I was trying to make was that the way we do ethics in drugs research, any research ethics practice that accommodates rather than challenge the existing legal framework will contribute to harm in some way, because it will likely simply perpetuate the system. So I think I was basically just calling for, maybe I don't have the nerve to say, let's protest and challenge this, but at least as researchers, we need to be aware of it. So when we're handing out forms and then people should sign. Let's at least think about it. What does it mean? Does it really protect? You know, yesterday I was having a conversation and someone talked about a South African, talked about how some people came to do research in his local community on conservation. And then as a result of the research, they were relocated and they lost their homeland, they lost their, you know, traditional means of livelihood. And it's taken them several years to rebuild. And I was thinking about it. These researchers, they got ethics approval, they handed out consent form, but did they anticipate this kind of harm that resulted, you know, from their research? So I think we need to think beyond just keeping drug users from being arrested or distress and all these other things, and think of how we are perpetuating a system that is essentially harmful. That's basically what I was calling.
Thank you so much. I think, let me take Jeffy's question, and then Moses, you can also chip in after Jeffy's. Jeffy's. Jeffy's, are you still there?
Yes, I am. I just wanted to find out from the panel, well presented, and I'm really sorry I missed part of it simply because I logged in a little bit late, but I was interested in knowing, when we speak the language of cannabis, who are, in terms of gender, who are the main players and what roles are they playing in the whole matrix of cannabis? And beyond that, do we have edge? Are we able to disaggregate the consumers and suppliers in terms of age, in terms of economic background, and so on? I just got interested in knowing this from our presenters. Over to you, Doc.
Thank you so much, Jeffy's. Moses.
Mine actually arises from what Nelson said and the comments that came up. And my question is really now focused on the researchers. I noticed we've been focusing on the target research population. My question was basically building on all that is, what preparations did you do as researchers when you were preparing to undertake this research in order to deal with all the issues and the challenges that were highlighted during the discussions?
Thank you so much. Two important questions. Neil and Gordon.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, such great questions. And I was just wanted to go back to Eddie Omo's point. You know, kind of an issue with sometimes with the whole ethics clearance process, that, you know, sometimes it is probably more, you know, sometimes less about protecting the people you're meeting when you're doing the research, and often about protecting the institution as well, isn't it? You know, the universities we work for. So yeah, I think that obviously, you know, as Eddie Omo was bringing out really well, kind of a lot of critical perspectives we could have on that whole process. I think. Yeah, I was going back. We had the question about supervisors as well, didn't we? Finding supervisors, but I think, yeah, just getting in touch with people researching in that field, and then, you know, generally there'll be ways of linking you. I think if you are looking for a scholar in more of a particular field, I think just, yeah, a lot of us work in quite interdisciplinary environments as well, I think, so might well know people, you know, working in those fields. So yeah, get in touch is kind of the answer there, I think. In terms of Jeffy's question, who are the main players in it? I think that was specifically about gender, was it? That question. Yeah.
Yes, it also we wanted also to understand the gender dynamics and also the roles that they play, or whether they're the same or different.
I mean, I think with our own sort of strand of research still being in the early stages, maybe Bernice would you know, be better placed. But what Gordon and I certainly were finding was that there were women in quite you know, powerful positions within the trade. For example, you know, this example we had from Luanda, a woman trader there, and you know, other women involved in the farming of it, in the kind of trans-border trade of it as well. So yeah, women definitely are in you know, in these kind of fairly powerful positions at some points, you know, but we couldn't put a figure on how many men versus women. But I think, yeah, it's really interesting to see, and hopefully the research will show that a bit more. And, you know, obviously work with people like Bernice to get clear answers on that kind of question as well. You also asked about disaggregating consumers in terms of age and class, which I think both really interesting dimensions. Like in terms of age, you know, there's still the idea that cannabis traditionally, you know, was the preserve of the elders, whereas over the course of the 20th century, you know, this idea that it's become more something that the youth consume, you know, kind of urban youth kind of idea. So Gordon and I are really interested in this question, and you know, I think as part of the wider project as well, it kind of a question we're all quite interested in, and kind of trying to see like whether some of these older kind of traditional, in inverted commas, patterns of consumption do still continue. And certainly Gordon and I in Western Kenya, I think we were finding quite a lot of people, you know, who were still talking about, you know, there were elders who had, Gordon will remember the name, Huga Kianyalo, I think, like the traditional pipe that people would, you know, that associated with the elders and consumption in Western Kenya. But yeah, age, something that often gets pulled into the discourse, you know, like in the old days, it was just the elders who smoked. You know, it's the same sort of discourse for alcohol and even cat, you know, that in the old days, it wasn't a problem because it was just the elders. Whereas now it's the young who are doing X, Y, and Z drug. So there's that kind of discourse that's quite interesting to piece out. But also in terms of class, Gordon and I did have an interesting encounter on the Matatu, you know, on the public service vehicle, one of the days we were in Kisumu, where we were at a bus stage, and these two guys approached the Matatu and, you know, started, they were very interested in us and what we were doing, and but clearly they were quite intoxicated and perhaps the kind of people that a lot of people within, you know, Kenyan society and, you know, more generally might assume were people who'd been smoking cannabis. Yet then, you know, as we went through our research, you know, more and more that we were finding in Western Kenya, it was, you know, people talking about like, you know, it's the middle class consumer who's smoking a lot and is the driving force for a lot of people's business in, you know, people who were supplying them. Whereas, you know, and you do get the impression that perhaps the people most associated with it might also more likely, perhaps in the instance that we saw, more have been consuming alcohol, like changar, you know, this cheap firewater in Kenya, more than cannabis. So I think the reputation of cannabis being associated with certain segments of society doesn't quite, you know, when you do go on the ground, you see it is a much wider phenomenon, something of the very much of the middle classes as well, certainly in Western, and I think probably you know, in Nairobi we'll find something similar. And yeah, just briefly on the preparations, it's, yeah, you know, multiple rounds of ethical kind of processes to go through, as well as, you know, conversations with colleagues on the team and other people researching similar things, I think, you know, to get us to the position of really preparing and being prepared, you know, as Simon was saying, that negotiation, but being in a position where we can negotiate these things, or being at least in a more informed position to negotiate these kind of situations and ethics of this. But a lot of those ethical clearance processes, you know, some things that we've gone through quite a few times for each country. So, but yeah, I'll stop there, and perhaps if maybe Gordon wants to come in.
Thanks, Neil. I think since you were commenting on the same case, let me give a demo first, and then if we still have time, then Gordon can come and add something.
Okay, I think I will respond to the question about how we prepared for the field work. I'll just make some comment, and I think Gernot will also want to add. we got ethics approval. Please forgive me, I don't mean we shouldn't get ethics approval. I'm not calling for reckless, you know.
If you can just speak up so that the mics can pick this up.
So we got ethics approval both at the University of Bristol and also from the Federal Ministry of Health, I think, in Nigeria. And then we had to do some courses on ethics. Gernot did. I have done, you know, an ethics, a certificate course in ethics with the University of Wisconsin. And Gernot also did some language training. We try to foster networks with the local organizations. And these are usually, you know, the kind of entry preparations. But nothing really prepares you fully for qualitative field work. So, we had to be, you know, stay open to, you know, emerging dynamics in the field, and that's what we're learning. So we're hoping that we will be able to do some paper on methodology, you know, share our learnings from the field work to inform subsequent research, particularly for foreign researchers wanting to come to Nigeria to do research. Hopefully that would be, and I think that the larger project would also consider something like that.
Thank you so much, Ediomo. Thank you, Gordon and Neil. Because of our time, I want to leave this time to Simon so that he can come wrap up and also inform us of what comes next and anything that he has on his laptop.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Simon.
Thanks, Clarence. So I think this brings us to nearly to the end of today's session. You know, listening to the stories of people talking, one thing that sticks out in my mind and the way in which drug users and drug research can characterize people in a specific way is we were working with the Durban police for a while, and when we first started working with them, every time they would go and arrest a drug user, they would put on gloves, like, you know, like latex gloves, only for drug users. And we realized, well, why? You know, and it's like, because they had this assumption that drugs are, and it's correct in some sense that they were simply reading into a discourse, and that is that people have this understanding that drugs have a way of infecting other people, and drug addiction has a way of being infected and transmuted. And that's what they were scared of. And that discourse is very much, you know, embedded in South African society. So how do you change things like that? Well, you know, there's a long road to go if the police are using gloves to deal with drug users. I mean,
they wear hard hats when they go and bust somebody for dacha. We've actually got this meme I was just saying. It says, South African weed, so potent, you need to wear a hard hat, because it's got all the cops with these bags of weed and hard hats.
Yeah. So, I mean, but that's an example, you know, it's that those are graphical imaginings of the discourse that underpins the way in which we understand drugs in this country. And I think, you know, it's maybe a sort of extreme example, but it's also indicative of how scary it is. And that, you know, people understand drugs and drug users to be so different from the rest of society that they need gloves to be dealt with. And dealt with they were often, you know, and, you know, and it's very easy to justify violence then, because if you're having to use gloves to hold, or, you know, before you touch someone who's been using drugs, it's very easy to beat them and other things. So yeah, this brings up to the end of today's panels, the two thereof. Tomorrow we have in the evening or late afternoon a event in conjunction with Fields of Green for All, which will essentially be a critical reflection of South Africa's policy journey and other topics of chosen and select concern on the evening.
And then we get to ask the researchers whether they use cannabis.
So that will be at what time is that tomorrow?
6.
6.
Yeah.
Online will also be open for.
Oh, great.
So switch off when we talk about drug use.
So if you'd like to join from the online perspective, then please do so.
Could we use the same link? Because then I'll spread it around.
Okay, we'll use the same link, I think. Can we use a link? Can we use the same link?
I
think so.
No.
No.
We'll get another link.
Okay, we'll get another link and we shall email it to everyone and circulate
Okay,
it
great.
online.
Well, we've got the whole day to
Yeah, we'll figure it out and do it tomorrow. I'd like to personally thank Annie and Anim for helping so much with this because I can't organize anything ever. And Annie have done a lot of, if not all of the work. So thank you very much. It's been great. Thank you to Gernot, to Clemens, to everyone online, to everyone in the audience. And thank you. And we shall see you tomorrow, hopefully. Yes.
Right.
Thank you.